All right, Kathy, we're probably live, right?
And we should be live.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, November 10th meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. We'll start off our meeting as we usually do, I hope. I hope Fred Joyner is here to provide us with a poem. Kathy, is Fred with us?
I'm checking right now. I'll bring him right over.
Right.
Hi, Fred.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Fred.
Hi.
Hey, Fred.
Hi. Yeah, good to be with you all. I'm going to share a poem from this collection that I've been going back to. Just a favorite poet, and I've mentioned her before. Read a few poems from her before. This poem, times like this, in the moment that we're in with, the election and everything that's happened and the challenges to our electoral process and all this, I think about my ancestors and my elders and what they went through, and so when I think times are hard, I think about what they went through, and so that makes me think about this. I'm going to read this poem, and I think, it's called Sorrows. It's a pretty well-known Lucille Clifton poem. Sorrows. Who would believe them winged? Who would believe they could be beautiful? Who would believe they could fall so in love with mortals that they would attach themselves as scars attach and ride the skin? Sometimes we hear them in our dreams, rattling their skulls, clicking their bony fingers. They have heard me beseeching as I whispered to my own cupped hands, enough, not me again. But who can distinguish one human amid such choruses of desire? It's Lucille Clifton.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, you should definitely. This is one of those kinds of books that you could pick up, put it on your night table, and read a poem every night and get something from it, and not a crazy time investment. I definitely recommend this book. Check it out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thanks, Fred.
Thanks for the poem and thanks for the recommendation.
Sure. Thank you.
Right.
Much appreciated.
Okay, folks. I'm going to move on now to, we have a proclamation, and I know just for the viewing audience, Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Barbara Foushee is trying to join us, so she's on her way, but she's having some connection issues. So in the meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation, just kind of recognizing Veterans Day, which is tomorrow. We typically have a little ceremony at Carrboro Town Hall. We won't be doing that this year, but just wanted to kind of recognize, because we have 10 town staff who are veterans. And so whereas on Veterans Day, America pauses to honor every service member who has ever served our country, and whereas the citizens of the United States live in freedom because of the personal sacrifices made by those who have served and those now serving in the armed forces, and whereas under the most demanding of circumstances and in the most dangerous corners of the earth, America's veterans have served with distinction. And whereas with courage, self-sacrifice, and devotion to our nation and to one another, these service members represent the American character at its best. And whereas on Veterans Day and every day, we celebrate their immeasurable contributions, draw inspiration from their example, and renew our commitment to showing them the fullest support of our gratitude. And whereas with respect for and in recognition of the contributions our service members have made to the cause of peace and freedom around the world, Congress has provided that November 11th of each year be set aside as a legal public holiday to honor our nation's veterans. And whereas as we pay tribute to our veterans, we are mindful that no ceremony or parade could ever repay the debt to the men and women who have served with courage and devotion while serving our country. Be it further resolved, we give special thanks to the following town of Carrboro employees who are veterans. From the fire department, Scott Trombley, Navy Petty Officer 2nd Class, Eddie Reniger, Marine Corps Corporal, Cody Young, Air Force Reserve, Staff Sergeant, currently active service member. From Public Works, we have John Garland, Army E4. From Recreation and Parks, we have Steve Harward, Navy Lieutenant. From our police department, we have Tony Fry, Army Sergeant. We have Michael Metz II, Army Specialist. We have Joseph Thomas, Marine Corps Corporal, and Anthony Westbrook, Army Sergeant. And from Human Resources, we have Sheila Stewart, Army First Sergeant. So now therefore it be resolved, I, Lydia Ovell, Mayor of Carrboro, do hereby recognize this Veterans Day, November 11th, as a day to remember the invaluable contribution of our veterans and urge all residents of the town of Carrboro to take every opportunity to honor our veterans. So thanks, y'all. Okay, so we're still waiting on Barbara, but it's time for the roll call, Kathy. So I guess let's go ahead and go through that.
Yeah, I think she was able to call in, but it looks like maybe she's been disconnected. So she did pop in, but I'll just keep an eye out for her, and we'll mark her as present in the minutes whenever she pops in. So I can't see y'all, so if you will just say here or present. Mayor Lydia Lavelle.
Present.
Councilmember Barbara Fouché. Nothing yet. Councilmember Jacqueline Gist.
Present.
Councilmember Randy Haven O'Donnell.
Present.
Councilmember Susan Romaine.
Present.
Councilmember Damon Siles.
Present.
And Councilmember Sammy Slade.
Present.
And I'm getting a text right now from Councilmember Fouché. She says that she can see us.
She's in the attendee room right now, looks like.
I'll keep doing this. I'll figure it out so y'all can move on to the meeting, and I'll try to figure out what number she's calling in from. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, she's like, it has BM and it has her name, so maybe it's probably from a different connection than the link maybe you sent.
Okay, I see it. Thank you. I was looking for an actual number. I'm going to bring her over. There she is.
There she is. Hey, Barbara.
There you are.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm hanging out. Present.
Present and accounted for. Okay.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Okay. There's a little bit of a hum. I don't know if that's maybe that might be your other thing you got going on, Barbara. I don't know, but
I'm not on the phone or anything, and I'm muted.
actually, okay, it sounds good now. So, okay, very good. So, announcement of upcoming meetings, Kathy.
Is the hum coming from my laptop?
Possibly. We'll see.
Okay.
Stop. Yeah, when you stop for a minute, I think it goes away. So, yeah, it is yours.
Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So y'all have 2 meetings in November. So tonight and then on November 17th. So these announcements will cover between now and then. You will break the last Tuesday of the month for the Thanksgiving holiday week. The Arts Committee will meet November 11th at 6. The Economic Sustainability Commission will meet November 11th at 7:30. The Stormwater Advisory Commission will meet November 12th at 6:30. And then y'all will meet on November 17th. And then I have a note and a special request from Ms. Laura Janway to announce as part of the grant from the North Carolina Urban Forest Council's Legacy Tree Fund, the town is holding a volunteer tree planting event on Saturday, November 14th at 10 o'clock until 12:30, and that's at Hank Anderson Community Park. So that's a come help, volunteer, and plant some trees at the park on this Saturday, beginning at 10 o'clock, and that will run through 12:30. And I'm sure there will be social distancing protections there in place. So bring a mask if you come out.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kathy. Damon.
Next Tuesday, the 17th, the Chapel Hill Transit Partners Committee will meet at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Anyone else have any other items to add to the calendar for the upcoming week? All right. Okay, requests from visitors and speakers from the floor. I know we have a few people that are here to speak on items on the agenda, but Kathy, do we have anyone else that you're aware of that is in the audience that wants to speak on a matter not on the agenda?
Checking right now, I've got one hand that's raised.
I see.
I've got Bob Proctor. I'm seeing that your hand is raised. I think that he wants to speak on an item that's on the agenda. So I'm just doing a quick search for
Right.
the two that we had signed up to possibly speak are Shelley and Kevin, and I don't see them. And just let me take a quick look to make sure those are our only two under general comment. And those are our only two under general comment. So if I provided you a link for an item that's listed on the agenda, so that would include the 203 project, the HRMU rezoning, the cemetery, the Westwood area, including any comments you want to make in regards to a park, are all going to be handled when that item comes onto the agenda, I think.
Okay. All right. So we're good. We're gonna go ahead and move on then. So we'll move
Kathy,
on.
sorry, Lydia, there's a hand up by Doug Brower. I don't know if that is.
Both of those have been signed up to speak for the cemetery.
Yeah. We've got a couple of people that are signed up for other items. So, okay. So we'll move on then to our consent agenda. And I should mention, thank you, Rebecca Buzzard, who is acting as our town manager this evening. Appreciate you being here. So if you want to go ahead with our consent agenda.
Yeah, glad to be here. Kathy, I just got an email from Dolores Bailey asking for the link to the meeting. Could you send that to her by any chance? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's nice to see you all. The first item on your consent agenda is the approval of minutes from October 6th with amendments by Councilmember Siles and Mayor Lavelle, October 13th with amendments by Councilmember Siles and Mayor Lavelle, and October 20th with amendments by Councilmember Siles. The second item is the NPDES stormwater permit notification and resolution, which will commit to compliance with the town's NPDES stormwater permit. The third item will make one appointment to the Arts Committee, Tiffany Palmer Little. The fourth item is a progress report on the countywide long-term recovery plan. The consultants are in the waiting room if you do have questions on that item. The fifth item is a water and sewer management planning and boundary agreement amendment that would adjust the primary service area boundary to include lots in the Hunts Reserve neighborhood. The sixth item is a resolution authorizing preparation of draft boundary resolution mechanism for water and sewer management planning and boundary agreement amendment. This would direct staff to work with the partners and come back at a later date.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. So, Randy.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 4.
Okay. And
3 and 4 with Randy.
Pardon me, Barbara?
No, I was saying 3 and Randy pulled 4, which I had a question about too.
Okay. All right. I saw Sammy's hand up. So go ahead, Sam.
So 2 and 6, I think Barbara said 3, 4.
6. Okay. All right. So can someone move 1 and 5?
So moved.
Second.
Thanks. All right. I think it was, I'll just go with Randy on that one, and I'll go with second with Sammy. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me, aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, so who pulled number 2?
So number 2, apologies for not having sent this in advance. It is something that might have been answerable over email. But it describes how the county is responsible for enforcement of construction runoff. And I just wanted a sense from staff, and if no one can answer it now, I'm fine getting it over email, as to what degree that capacity exists within the county. I've never knew of that role that they played.
Okay, so that's a request, Rebecca, to get an answer from that by email is fine, Sammy? So,
Yes, thanks.
okay, so if you want to go ahead and move number 2 then?
Also, I'll move number 2.
Second by Damon. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Me, aye. Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, so then number 3 was pulled, appointment to the Arts Committee.
Oh, that was me, Barbara. So, and it's just, I think there are more seats there. Is that correct, Catherine? So there are still some vacant seats. So I just hope that we will continue to look for Black or brown appointees to this commission, and happy that Tiffany will be joining the group.
Awesome, great. You want to go ahead and move the item?
And I'll move number 3.
Could I ask a question related to this item?
All right, we have a motion by Barbara, a second by Jackie. What's your question, Sammy?
I understand we're going to be looking at affirmative action overall for all our advisory boards soon. And I think there are a couple of other candidates pending for this board. And so I guess my question is, how soon will we be addressing that affirmative action for all the boards? And
I think it's gonna be real soon. Kathy was working on that. Kathy, will it be our first meeting back in January, you think?
No, it'll be before then. I actually talked to Nick about that some today, and we're going to bring it back to y'all next week.
Okay.
We're just going to bring the advisory board recruitment policy and get y'all to make comments and ask questions. And then we won't queue it up for adoption next week unless it's really clear and easy. We'll queue it up for staff direction, and then hopefully it'll be adopted December 1st. We can bring it back for adoption on December 1st. So next week, y'all can talk about
Thanks, Kathy. And so after that conversation, I want us to just touch bases with one another as to what we're aiming for, to see if how much further we want to go with the pending appointments for those who do have applicants waiting. So perhaps after that item next week, we can check in with one another and think about that. Thank you.
That sounds good, especially since it sounds like we'll have it next week, and then we'll even get a chance to vote on it before we break for the holiday. So, all right. So we had a motion and a second was Barbara and then Jackie. So all in favor of this item, say aye. Randy?
Aye. Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me, aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, so number 4 is next, the countywide long-term recovery plan. Was that you, Randy?
Yeah, but Barbara, do you want to go first?
Go ahead, because we might be tracking the same. So
Okay. Well,
Go
well, here's the thing. First of all, I felt like when going through the slides that there wasn't really any new information. I think it speaks well for Chief Schmidt and the work that he's been doing and the updates we've been getting from Quintana and the folks in Orange County, that I was kind of surprised that we didn't have much new information, and that it didn't, the depth that I was expecting was not there. So I'd like to have some conversation around that at some point, especially because and I sent around the link for President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, their plan. And I think in preparation of that, we need to be, looking at our own assessment and slating it against that plan.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Barbara?
And so I'm tracking with Randy as far as the specificity around this agenda item. And I was looking at the key findings with the values survey, and I'm seeing housing affordability and racial injustice tracking fairly close together, as is fairness, social equity, and justice, which can be interwoven into pretty much any issue that we have on the table. And so I too am looking for the detail, especially around these items as it relates to the COVID-19 long-term recovery effort. So any extra, information, or I understand that are they here as attendees tonight, or okay, well, not even that. When can we expect a more detailed report? I guess that's where I really should be saying, not necessarily needing to hear from them tonight, but when can we expect a more detailed report? Thank you.
Thank you for that, those comments, y'all. And I think this is on consent, probably in an attempt to kind of streamline our evening with only three meetings left before we break. And we know that the long-term recovery plan is going to go on for many months. So Rebecca, can you respond to that, maybe when the next round would be, when they'd come back around, or if we should get them back sooner than later?
Yes. So they were going to the councils and commissions this week to get some feedback. So I can certainly bring your comments to them, and they are here if you do want to hear from them tonight. They would probably, I think the next time they would come back to you would be when we have a draft plan, but they could probably answer with more specificity if you would like them to respond to that.
Okay. So I guess, council members, we know we have a couple of other items that are later on tonight that are already taking us projected possibly till 10:30. So I think that's one of the reasons that they're on the consent agenda. We could either hear from them now or ask them questions now, maybe, and try to streamline that a little bit, or we could schedule them on a regular agenda. Kathy, I know we're probably pretty tight the next two meetings, but perhaps in January. So, Randy.
Yeah, like I said, I'm very interested to see how the planning, the long-term planning, aligns with the Biden-Harris plan. So, I'm really comfortable if any of us all send questions to Chief Schmidt and he generate them to the consultants. But first and foremost, I would like to know that the consultants look at the Biden-Harris plan and be able to show us at a later point, maybe between now and January, or the beginning of January, where, our recovery plan not only aligns, but works with the advancement of that plan.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a real, bee in my bonnet about the zip codes, and that's one of the things that if we're going to be working towards using zip codes to identify for contact tracing in the future with the Biden-Harris plan, then I would like to know what is the game plan for us in the county to, advance that effort. And that means the 7+3, the 10 digit code. And that's just one example.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be comfortable doing that with that recommendation to staff.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Randy. Barbara, and then Sammy, and then Susan.
So for me, as I said earlier, I'm looking at the key findings from the surveys and those top items. How is the consulting team using these findings from the surveys, especially on those top items, in the long-term recovery plan? I want to see detail and specificity around that. That's what I'm getting at. I didn't quite get it from what was in our agenda packet.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Barbara. Let's go to Sammy and then Susan.
Thanks, Randy and Barbara, for pulling this. I was going to pull it too. For Barbara's reason, I do think, and I think that since they're seeking feedback from the council, it makes sense for us to make it formal. So, but what I'm concerned about is maybe along the lines of what Barbara was describing, that the top 6 priority issues that have been identified need to be reflected in the long-term recovery and transformation goals. I don't see them more specifically, and perhaps it's a function of where we are in the process, but that's what I want to see going forward. And if we need to frame that as a motion, so it's registered as a council request, I'd be willing to make that motion along with what Randy is requesting of aligning it with the Biden-Harris plan and or at least giving feedback on how it's relating to that.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a minute to make a motion, like pulling this together, but let's hear what Susan wants to say first.
Yes, I also am in favor of having this as a separate agenda item in January. And I very much agree with what Barbara and Randy and Sammy were saying. When I look at the goals, one says address fundamental needs of all residents. And I find that just too vague. And I also see combat negative effects of social distancing. So to Sammy's point and Barbara's point, the more these can be, the more the goals can be aligned with some of the findings. And to Randy's point, the more we can have some more meat and more specifics on all of this would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, so Sammy, let's pull this together in a motion, and then I should say, I guess, probably out of fairness to the consultants who are here with us tonight, thank you for popping into the room. I know if you had presented it, you would have gone into more detail, perhaps in the slides we got, but I think what you're hearing from the council is that outside of the meeting, if we can get some material, some more feedback, and then possibly have you back in January to kind of check in with us with regard to some of what you're hearing. So Sammy, can you go ahead and put together a motion that Kathy can understand and write down?
Sure, Kathy. So the motion is for us to receive this have a conversation with the consultants in January, and in the meantime, receive some feedback about how the current proposal aligns with the Biden-Harris plan, and how the 6 identified priority issues are going to be integrated in the long-term recovery and transformation goals.
Can I just add something to that, Sammy? I would just say that we can generate questions to Chief Schmitz that goes to the consultant as well. In other words, if we have specific questions between now and January, they can get the questions that we particularly want answered.
I don't know if that's necessary as a motion, because we can always do that, but I'm happy to include it if everyone wants to include it.
I just want to be sure that if we're asking something specifically now, that I don't have to remember, in January to pick it up and ask it at a meeting.
Okay, so I'm looking at the agenda here, y'all. If you wonder why I have a screen here, so Kathy, did you capture that motion that Sammy just made? Okay, and so the second by
No second. Okay.
I'll second it.
second by Randy on that motion. And if there's no further discussion on this, all in favor say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
And Barbara? Aye. All right. So y'all, thank you for being here with us. So we'll look forward to seeing y'all hopefully in January. So thank you. Okay, so then the last one, which was pulled, I think was number 6. about the Wasamba? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
this relates to, we had someone who approached some of us on the council or the Board of Aldermen back then about a property that was in the Wasamba, but could potentially be hooked up with sewer and water, and this person wanted to do an affordable housing project. And since we're making this more amenable to staff changes, I think we can take the opportunity to learn from that experience. And in situations where the lines can be modified because of the topography, that we make that available for developers who will provide affordable housing, and that be the condition for when we provide that. The opportunity here is the land use value of properties that are within the boundary is low, and so we can maximize the likelihood of a developer doing affordable housing because them bringing it in higher density, because they'll be able to tap into sewer and water, will be the difference of whether that could be a viable project or not. So long story short, my request, and I would hope y'all would support this, is that we request of staff to work with our partners to make that provision available only if affordable housing can be provided, when it's a situation where topography allows for hooking up to sewer and water.
Okay, I'm having I'm sorry, I'm having trouble navigating and finding this particular item, but what you're suggesting is not, it's not this item.
Well, we're authorizing the preparation of a resolution mechanism so that it could be dealt with at the staff level. And so what I'm asking in our authorizing, that we give direction that when staff can allow an applicant to go through staff level changes to the boundary lines of Wasamba, that when it's related to topography, it has to be an affordable housing project.
There
I
are,
was thinking of like, I know we had some recent stuff recently. We had to negotiate around, like with Brown Brothers, and I don't know. There might be other circumstances that I'm thinking of that. I mean, I don't know if I want that hard and fast. It certainly is an objective. But Jackie, I know you were talking too.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment of it. I think that's a little too much for a two-minute conversation, and I'd like to see that fleshed out a little bit more and come back to us. And I think it's something people would want input on. I certainly think it's a good idea. I think it's it may be better as a standalone than rolled into this item.
So maybe it's a question for staff as to whether, like, what the timing is and whether we could more like during a work session flesh this out a little better.
Well, okay, so all right, so Rebecca, it sounds like what Damon, yes.
well, I just wanted to chime in a little bit. And I agree with Jackie that the sentiment, I agree with Sammy's sentiment here, but I feel like the case that has brought this to the staff's attention as needing to be addressed is not just dealing with, for example, undeveloped properties. It's properties that already, for example, have homes on them. Mm-hmm. And so that would be one example, in addition to some of the ones that I think Lydia was referring to, where I think the idea that Sammy's raising wouldn't really fit the circumstances, which isn't to say that I agree with the idea of having staff come back to us and maybe offer some information about how we might help to achieve that goal that Sammy's expressing, but I can't see us establishing a hard and fast rule right now without having more information about it.
Yeah. So Rebecca, you're hearing kind of a request by Sammy with some support from other council members to ask staff to kind of consider this in light of, I guess, having these revisions revolve around some kind of, I guess, metrics, be it affordable housing or whatever. I think it's a longer discussion than right now, just for some of the points we raised, but certainly, one worthy of talking about, but I don't think one we can talk about tonight, but, and we could have it with staff at a work session or something. So.
And thank you, Lydia. And so the reason why I think it does relate to what we're being asked to do tonight is it's really complicated to have all the partners get in on something. And because this is already in motion, this is our opportunity to do that. So I guess the question is, can we postpone approval of giving authorization for preparation of this until we have had that conversation?
Well, I guess, Barbara?
I'm sorry. I think I know what the conversation is, and I just had a quick question before, Lydia, before you say anything. I was putting 5 and 6 together. Was it not like that? Like,
I think in some ways it is tied in together,
Okay.
because I think 5 precipitated some of 6, but I would like to maybe have Kathy, is Trish available to clarify that for us? Because I think the question is, if we're gonna want to have some future work session where we talk about 6, then I don't know if I want to hold up. I don't know how important it is in terms of delaying 5 if they're tied together in this sense.
Yeah, sure. We can bring her over. Trish, can you raise your hand?
Well, as it relates to 5, we're approving of the people who are in need, who need to resolve that thing. We're approving of that. And so that's triggered this question for staffs of the various jurisdiction to not make it such a cumbersome process. And that's why that's what this item I'm talking about relates to.
Okay.
And so it's an opportunity, because when this developer approached us a long time ago, the barrier was like, it's impossible to get all the entities coordinating. And so this is our opportunity to address this specific question as it relates to affordable housing.
Okay, so Trish, I hope you've been following the conversation. So one question I have for you is 5 completely independent of 6? Like, can 5 go forward without 6?
Yes, 5 is a standard, is something that, we have presented it as a resolution. You all the parties can act on, and separate from 6. Yes.
Okay, and then number 6, all the parties are also kind of talking about and considering number 6.
Yeah, number 6 is, we've got a process right now in the in the agreement that requires us to bring back really any change to the boundary to you all. And in looking at the conditions of that, really the circumstances that came up in this specific case, there were some extenuating circumstances. I think you read in the agenda item about when Chapel Hill had kind of contracted their urban services boundary that affected this one particular subdivision, and the interrelationship between when OWASA staff were actually going out and seeing where those gravity sewer lines could be extended within the topographic area, the gravity area. So staff identified that it might be helpful for you all, rather than having to bring back small changes like this that affect really a very few number of properties around the edges, that it could be done with an administrative process instead, so long as you all had agreed to the parameters, that were pretty tightly spelled out, and they have to do with things like service opportunity, service availability, or the ability to serve, as well as the specific topo conditions.
Right. All right. And so you're hearing that like Sammy is suggesting, and others are possibly interested in this being opened up more into not allowing it to happen unless we have affordable housing as part of it or something like that. Can you give us your opinion on that? I kind of feel like perhaps, well, anyway, tell us what you think about that, because it still involves all the parties. This seems pretty straightforward, whereas that other conversation seems like it might get bogged down or might take longer. But go ahead.
I think I wouldn't. We have not discussed the idea of using this as a type of leverage, I guess, with regard to affordable housing. So it's hard for me to envision how it interrelates entirely with. I'm not saying I can't envision it, but I can't think of all of the issues that might interrelate with with the things that we've talked about. We've talked about really kind of very the technical conditions on the properties, and linking that to a requirement for affordable housing. I just don't know how that might, I don't know what Brady's thoughts might be on that, but I think we need to just dig into that a little bit more deeply for me to know what it might look like. And I think I can certainly bring that comment back to the other staff. And if everyone was to authorize us to move forward, we would be having conversations with all of the parties to the agreement and sharing the ideas that we came up with. We just wanted to share, identify this as an issue, or really an opportunity, I guess, to make that process not have to require every time a petition from property owners, et cetera.
Well, and I guess if we're going to have you kind of research that and kind of get back with us about that, I don't know how many would fall into this ministerial type situation like we're dealing with Chapel Hill. I don't know if it is a common occurrence or if it is so rare and perhaps in such instances that it's almost pigeonholed in a way that that it's not even like new construction. I mean, I don't know. So that would be, I guess, an interest of mine, and especially if all the other parties agree with this modification, and if it's fairly succinct, that would make a difference to me. I know. So, other council members have any questions about this? So, are we in agreement to have Trish explore this a little bit and then get back to us with her information?
Yes, thank you. That works. And I guess like the point being that this is it's such a complicated process. The reason why it seems like we have more questions than answers tonight of whether it's even feasible to do what I'm proposing with this. And for that reason, I want us to postpone authorizing this today. This is an opportunity for Carrboro to lead on another avenue for affordable housing. And we don't know if this is an avenue or not. And that's the question at hand, and what we want to explore through a work session to thereafter be able to share with our partners about this opportunity or not.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, to me, it just seems like this is a little more rote and more ministerial than the conversation you're talking about having, which is kind of a brand new conversation. I mean, we are going to amend the Wasamba for the Bay variants, and so that's happening anyway. And this kind of seems like it kind of goes along with that. But I guess what information we get from Trish can inform if that's a bigger can of, if it's more properties or more broad than I think it is. So,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have not sort of gone looking for all of the places we have not done a full evaluation of the whole boundary. Just we wanted to have kind of the direction to develop something before we assess. We didn't want to go off in that direction and say, we have this whole package thing up for you. We've discussed the concept, not the details of it. So, that will be some effort to do if we need to evaluate the extent to which this might have value as an affordable housing question. If you were to ask that question tonight within this resolution or direction to us, we could incorporate it in, and then we'd know as we did the whole thing. It would seem to me it might be a way for us to move it forward, but still include that interest and see what we can do with it.
I like that, Trish. I see Damon's hand up.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that Trish says that, because I'm sitting here thinking, why can't Sammy's questions simply be explored as part of what we're directing staff to do in this resolution? Simply add that to the resolution in the packet. It seems like a shame to just hold everything up when what we're really being asked to direct staff to do is to explore what these technical changes might mean.
Okay, and so
isn't that what we're being asked to do?
Yeah. So
that works for me. I'm fine for us to have a resolution with that request included. That part of that exploration and development of a draft include how to maximize affordable housing in exchange for changing boundary lines in appropriate situation.
Okay, so that's item 6. You're moving that resolution with your language you just said, Sammy. Okay, sure. And is there a second to that? Yeah. Second, I see Damon's hand up. So second by Damon. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
All right, very good. Good job, y'all. Okay.
Trish.
Thank you, Trish. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you all.
Okay, Rebecca, then on to our public hearing. So.
Okay, Mayor and council members, the first public hearing of the evening is the second public hearing on the CDBG-CV grant application for emergency housing assistance. And I will provide you with just a brief introduction and then turn it over to you for the public hearing. Just to refresh everyone's memory, the North Carolina Community Development Block Grant CV for coronavirus response that we're applying for from the Department of Commerce was announced on August 25th, and the application for funds opened September 1st. CDBG funds will be prioritized for rent, utilities, and mortgage assistance programs run by local governments to help with COVID response. In order to apply, local governments must first have 2 public hearings. Our first was held on October 27th before the application was drafted. And this is the second public hearing, which must be held after the draft is completed, but before the submission of the application. The Housing and Community Services Department intends to apply for the maximum grant amount of $900,000. If awarded, those funds would flow into the existing Orange County Emergency Housing Assistance Program. Carrboro, along with the towns of Chapel Hill, Hillsborough, have partnered with Orange County to streamline the EHA program in order to respond efficiently to the economic impacts of COVID-19. This program provides emergency financial assistance for housing-related costs to help low-income households secure and maintain stable housing. The EHA program has an established coordinated entry system that accommodates residents with the ability to apply on phone via the housing helpline, on their website now, which is new, and by email. The program also works in collaboration with a large network of community partners, including El Centro, Community Empowerment Fund, Empowerment, the Family Success Alliance, the Refugee Community Partnership, the Compass Center, just to name a few, to really help residents submit applications. There's also a system in place with OWASA and with Duke Energy to direct residents to the housing helpline for utility assistance. We've really tried to cast a wide net to ensure that we're reaching those that need it most. As of October 30th, EHA had assisted 825 low-income households. 198 of those were Carrboro residents. The additional funds from this grant would ensure that we can continue to provide this needed help to our residents into 2021. A recent development is the HOPE program that was being used has indicated that as of tomorrow, they will no longer be accepting applicants. So this funding is more important than ever. So we hope to have your support for this application submission to maintain housing stability in our community as the pandemic continues. This item has been open for public comment since the first published notice on October 19th. It's open for public comment during this hearing and for 24 hours after the close of the hearing by writing or calling me or the town clerk, Kathy Brando. All public comments we receive will get a written response and they will be included in our application. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rebecca. So I will open up this second public hearing on the CDBG coronavirus grant application for emergency housing assistance. Kathy, do we have anyone here to speak on this matter?
We have not had anyone sign up, but if you're in the audience and would like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand.
And while we're waiting to see if there is anyone in the public to speak, I see Jackie has her hand up.
Thank you. I want to make sure we all saw the email we got from Quentin Harper today, which was really good, and that's included. I take this to mean that since we are open to public comment for the next week, that we won't be able to vote on this till next Tuesday. Is that correct?
No, go ahead, Rebecca.
By state statute, we just have to keep it open for 24 hours after the close of the hearing, but if no additional comments are received, you can vote tonight and we're allowed to submit it with that.
Yeah, I think the intention is we'll close the public hearing tonight, accept any more comments that we may get tomorrow or whatever, and then hopefully get it out the door after tomorrow. So,
okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. It sounds very pressing.
It sure is. Let's see, we've got Susan and then Damon.
Thank you, Rebecca, for leading the way on this. We really, really appreciate it. I have just one question. I was looking at the areas that are eligible for grant monies, and one area was broadening internet access, which is, I know that there's still some areas in Carrboro without internet access, and it's become, especially a problem with school being all virtual right now. So I'm curious if all of this money will definitely go to affordable housing, or if some of it could be pulled aside in order to try to, broaden internet access in Carrboro.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, it's a great question. And, Damon had mentioned this about small businesses as well. The way the grant is structured, you need to have CBDG expertise in administering the grant. And we did not have internal expertise to deal with a federal grant like this for other uses. So really the only way that we're able to do this is using the county as a partner to administer it through EHA. It would require us contracting out and a longer, more involved process. So it's something we could do, but it would take a lot more time and at the risk of perhaps losing the funds for rental assistance.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just one follow-up question, and thank you for that explanation. The $900,000 that the Orange County would then end up administering, all of that $900,000, even though the county is administering it, all of it would go toward affordable housing specifically for Carrboro residents?
Yes,
is that correct?
It would go only to Carrboro residents if we receive this portion of the grant.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Susan. And then I think I had Damon next.
I'm sorry, wait, Susan, can I clarify? I'm sorry, 10% can be used for administrative costs. So 90%, 90,000 could be used for administrative costs and not go directly to residents.
Which would be Orange County administrative cost for.
Yes. And including some of our costs, the advertising in the newspapers and some of the outreach that we did. I'm sorry, Damon.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Susan. I had you next, Damon. Are you?
Well, I was just going to defer since I see that Dolores Bailey has raised her hand to speak.
Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was going to get back to Kathy about our audience.
After Dolores has had a chance to speak.
Okay. Do you want to, does Dolores want to come on over, Kathy?
See her popping up. Hey, Dolores, just unmute yourself, and if you want, turn your camera on, please.
Hey, Dolores.
Hey, everybody. I didn't put my jacket on, and I just realized my shoulders are bare. Oh,
But you look lovely. Yes.
Yes.
good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to say what a fantastic job the emergency housing assistance money has been to the citizens of all of Orange County, but Carrboro in particular. Empowerment has received some funding to help. We are helping 20 families specifically, and we're providing gift cards of $50 every month from September through December to help families do simple things, just like stretch their food budget or whatever thing they need to do with it. Maybe it's gas, and it's been so helpful. So I am so proud to help support this and say, yes, thank you, Carrboro, and Rebecca and staff for doing this, because I know it was not easy. I hope you get all the money. What Rebecca may not have, what I need to tell you all again is that the HOPE money runs out tomorrow. So we are really at the end, families are really at the end of their rope as far as being able to continue to hold on to rental, holding on to their units. And let me say that some landlords are evicting, even though they're not supposed to, and especially mobile home owners, park owners are evicting or threatening eviction. So this is so important for 2021. So thank you all for that. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us again, Dolores. Good to see you. Okay, so more comments about this matter. I think I had Damon next, and then I saw Jackie's hand again.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca, for the update. And I just want to, I guess, echo what Dolores said, which is that, so none of this would be happening without the amazing work that Rebecca and her colleagues on the town staff are doing in partnership with the county, and just want to appreciate Rebecca for what I know has been an amazing amount of energy that she's been putting into this effort. As you mentioned, Rebecca, a couple of weeks ago when we met last about in the first public hearing for this application process, I did ask about the other category of funding availability for small business support. I know that we're not in a position to access that now. I think you had mentioned before that there might be an opportunity in the future to work with Orange County around getting hold of some of those funds if we can get some third-party expertise on that. I think that, in addition to the possibility of what Susan raised about internet access for folks who aren't able to get it now, might be worth exploring if the county is able to put up some additional partnership with us, put up with us some more to partners on those areas of funding. I think it would be, the governor today, when he spoke and updated his executive order, also mentioned that some businesses will be eligible just for some additional funds through the Department of Commerce. And I think it was specifically for full service restaurants, which could be good for Carrboro for some of our businesses, but it doesn't cover things, I don't think, like, for example, bars, which are suffering really right now under the current restrictions. So, anything that we can do to supplement what's available to small businesses here in Carrboro would be great. So I just wanted to sort of add some encouragement behind that point, while also recognizing that that's not what this specific application request is about. And I'm, of course, very enthusiastic about supporting this application. So thanks again.
Great. Thanks, Damon. Had Jackie next.
Thank you. And Doris is gone already, but thank you, Doris, and thank you for making this possible for families. Without you helping to get these funds out there, I think our families would be suffering even more. I think we all know what we've been hearing is that there's another surge coming. The governor's remarks certainly today, what scientists have been telling us, that another surge is coming, which puts the families that are facing eviction in even more dire straits. Since you're not supposed to be evicting people, is there anything, I guess this is to Brady and Lydia as an attorney, is there anything we can do about that to help prevent the evictions, particularly from mobile home parks? Where else would people go?
I guess I would ask maybe Rebecca, maybe you can follow up with Dolores about that specifically, because I do think that there's an order right now disallowing that, and so if she's hearing about it, we can find out from Brady or Nick, what mechanism, if any, we have to try to tell people not to do that. So, yeah.
My second question. Thank you. My second question was, I don't know if this is logistically possible, but since it would be a while until the new monies came in, is it possible for us to take some reserves, put it towards that, and then pay ourselves back, or is that not kosher?
Rebecca, do you want to?
Yeah, David did ask me and the finance department to look at the CARES money that has not yet been expended to see if there are plans for that to be expended, and if not, to possibly reallocate it to EHA. And that could be a decent amount of money, anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 that would need to be spent before December 30th. And then I could certainly talk with David about other sources of funding as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, Barbara.
So I'm appreciative of everybody's comments. And basically what is really sticking in my head is some of these issues that we're talking about, especially around housing, or existing before COVID. COVID just really, pushed it out front. So, I just feel like we're a little behind. We were a little behind before, and now we're like really behind, because of COVID, because some of these issues that I'm hearing us discuss tonight certainly were already in place long before COVID.
Yeah, thank you. Good observation. All right, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. Damon?
I'd like to move that we approve the attachment A, which is the resolution authorizing staff to submit the application. Among others.
Second.
Okay. All right. There was a motion from Damon. This second, Ty, Jinx, I'm going to Barbara. All right. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
All right. Very good. All right. Again, thanks, Rebecca. Thanks so much for all of that, what you're doing with that. All right. So moving on to our next public hearing.
Mayor and council members, the next public hearing is on land use ordinance text amendments relating to the historic Rogers Road neighborhood, and Christina Moon will be giving a brief introduction to the item.
Tina, if you could raise your hand. Thank you.
Good evening, all.
Hey, Tina.
Sorry about that. Am I back? Okay.
We got you.
Okay. I'm hearing some funny tones, so my apologies if you lose me. I'm going to try to go ahead and share my screen if I may. I have a short presentation, and then I'll be then we can have some questions. Okay, success?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. We had a public hearing on this item just a few weeks ago at the end of September, and this is an opportunity for staff to come before you with some suggested discussion topics. The few weeks in between our public hearing in September and now provided staff with an opportunity to go back and that could have been worded better, to go back and kind of revisit the public comment and the council discussion, to really listen closely to the comments at the public hearing, and perhaps more important, go back to the Mapping Our Community's Future and really use that document almost as a checklist to see if we had framed the district as part of the ordinance such that we had a good opportunity to really realize the objectives and the vision that the Mapping Our Community's Future document outlined. So with that, staff took a fresh look at the draft ordinance that we have been working on. You know, as I've noted in the staff report, we've been making kind of iterative changes. And we kind of looked at it with fresh eyes and have suggested some places where you may wish to discuss some alternative language. So I'd like to go through a couple of those and then look at some very conceptual scenarios that I think may aid in the discussion by helping folks to kind of visualize what we're talking about. And this brings back some of the conversations. I think it was Council Member Haven O'Donnell who asked about scenarios. You know, how could this really be built out based on some of the parameters that we've described in the ordinance to date? I know that the Mapping Our Community's Future speaks to 4 principles, but when I read through it this last time, focusing on elements that would be part of an ordinance to create this district, the 3 things really stuck out to me. One was this interest in economic communities, and not just economic opportunities in general, but specifically those for a community scale. And I think it's important to kind of circle back to that community scale piece. There's also quite a bit of discussion about retaining rural character. which was a good reminder of the original purpose of that undisturbed buffer, such that some development could occur, potentially more dense development, but it would be separated enough so that the more rural Rogers Road kind of road frontage would remain intact. And then finally, this interest in retaining as well as providing future affordable housing. And we'll circle back, I think, to the retaining, because as we talk about the potential to increase density, hand in hand with that increase comes the potential for increases in property values. So while that is helpful from an investment perspective, it can sometimes have a different type of effect for those folks wanting to stay in their home right now and in the near future. So related to the community scale, rereading the Mapping Our Community's Future document, changing the name for the proposed district to the HRCC for community commercial versus mixed use, that seemed to make a lot of sense. I think some folks have read that term mixed use and have envisioned something grander than what had been envisioned. And simply changing the name, I think, better reflects the community interest. Related to that point, it seemed to me that the major home occupation use classification, which was created last year as part of the public hearing in June of 2019 for both the HR residential and this potential mixed-use district, so it's a specific use just for that neighborhood. It seemed to me that offered an awful lot of opportunity to really meet some of these interests for these community economic opportunities or community scale economic opportunities. And so it seemed to make sense to revisit that and maybe make some little modifications to make sure that it was really easier for folks to use that. And one area where there seemed to be some potential was to reduce the acreage requirement. I know we had talked about 1 acre, but there might be some benefit of reducing that to a ½ acre instead. That would increase the eligible number of lots by at least five properties. Related to that, there's some other dimensional requirements for major home occupations, specifically that relate to if you have if you have some of your major home occupation in a separate building, perhaps in the back or side yard, and you have some of those activities occurring outside, there's a distance requirement of 60 feet from the property line. And I'll show in just a second, it may be that distance is a little too far. This image here on the left shows the what we've been calling the purple lots. These are the 8 lots that have been identified to potentially become this more intensive district, whether we're calling it HRMU or HRCC. There are 8 lots in total. What you see here shown on the screen is the outline of all 8 lots together. The dash and the individual lots are shown with the red lines. The dash lines show the building setbacks. So you see the 50-foot undisturbed boundary line, which is also the building setback for the perimeter of the district. And then within the individual lots, the internal setback lines have been reduced to 20 feet. We talked about that at the last meeting. But even so, these are long and narrow lots. I believe that the width from one lot to another is about 140 feet. So to require 60 feet on either side, you're really limiting where some type of outdoor use for a major home occupation could occur, even on these existing 2.5 acre lots, which are probably some of the largest lots out in the community. So it seemed to make sense to maybe take a fresh look at that requirement. So, okay, let's talk about the yield a little bit. I know that this has been something that has come up a lot, particularly from some of the neighbors on the adjacent properties. And thanks to Marty, we've tried to work out some potential numbers. So what you're seeing also on this image, and this is very schematic, as you can tell, this shows the stream and the stream buffer. The stream buffer would be removed as part of from your total yield to provide
the possible yield. I'm not saying that very clearly. You have your total density based on the total number of acres for the property flat out. And from that, you would reduce the area of the natural constraints to then come up with the developable land for the purposes of determining your yield. That's part of the 4-step process that the ordinance outlines. That's a Randall Errant type of a tool that the town has used for a number of years for the purposes of setting up residential development. So if you look at the 8 lots total, which is just under 16 acres, and you look at the potential number of units with the 7,500 square feet, which is what we're currently proposing, versus the roughly 3 dwelling units per acre, which is what is in the HRR district right now. And it seems as if perhaps we should revisit whether the 7,500 square feet is a little too small for this area. Just reading through the Mapping Our Community's Future, there is a lot of discussion about affordable homes, but there's not quite so much discussion about just having a lot of homes. The tools that we typically use to get affordable housing are small lots, smaller homes, and our affordable housing density bonus. And so there may be an opportunity here to reduce the minimum lot size and yet still have a decent yield by taking advantage of the density bonus. And that may be a way to better incentivize the development of affordable housing. And that's what we're suggesting as a potential alternative to discuss tonight. As it relates to potential scenarios, this is, and I just have to say with a ton of caveats, this is obviously extremely schematic, and this is simply intended to provide some visualization of what types of things, how the property could potentially be developed in different scenarios. So the image all the way on the left shows the development of the entire 8-lot assemblage as one project, and that's what we've been kind of pushing toward over the last year or so as part of a conditional district type of an approach, with the idea that in order to get the full mixed-use opportunity, that perhaps a single project would be the best way to really accomplish that, and using a conditional rezoning mechanism, it would provide the best opportunity for community input. Here you've seen if once we get into a project that is more than 5 lots, the open space requirement kicks in, and so the other natural constraints that we see in our wonderful GIS tools come into play, and that would include, these are just the hardwoods shown in green. You can see some additional things kind of fuzzed out here. Those are the mixed forest. The orange here is the steep slopes, as well as, again, this intensive stream buffer area. And I've just shown because the potential for even some type of a light greenway that could potentially connect from the Tally Ho folks up to Rogers Road proper. What is, I think, particularly of value to see in this scenario is it does show a pretty significant natural separation between the southern portion of the Buddha lots, or the purple lots, another description, and the folks in Fox Meadows that backs up to this, and the potential for further separation with the undisturbed buffer line that's shown in the dashed along the left side of the track here. The 2 darkened squares here represent the potential where one would be most likely to put the more commercial type uses just because they would be visible. The scenario in the center shows another potential development scheme where perhaps these 2 lots here would be left on their own, that they would be separated from a larger development scheme. And so they would have their own entrance onto Rogers Road. And this arrow here shows another potential entrance point. Because there is no development application on the table, we've not yet reached out to DOT for a more detailed or a more robust discussion about the requirements of a driveway permit and whether DOT would allow having two driveway entrance points so close to one another. Those are things that would have to be discussed down the road. It seems reasonable if this remains as it is, that putting a main entrance point here would be likely. But again, we've not really explored that more fully. The scenario all the way to the right shows another opportunity where we've divided the project up even further. Here we have, again, retaining these two lots intact without any change to those, and then breaking up the larger property into two separate projects. And again, this is just kind of a random looking at how this might work in a way that would provide some type of a road frontage. It's likely if some type of a development would be to occur, it would either have to be a single project in phases, or there'd have to be some type of relationship between the two developers such that they would have some type of shared access point. And if certainly in the smaller projects, the construction of roads and other infrastructure would be a major expenditure unless you were able to get a certain number of lots to kind of balance those expenses. Again, there's still the opportunity to have some type of a trail or something else of that sort. And it's worth noting, I think, that while we tried to come up with an approximate yield for the project in terms of number of dwelling units, the yield would almost always be a little smaller the more you divide the lots because of the fractions that the smaller parcels would create, and that those wouldn't actually count toward full units. And I think it's also important to note, as we look at potentially reducing the number of lots required for the district, the interest in having some type of a mixed-use component. And the smaller that the district is, the more difficult it will be to really meet those types of requirements. Just for a general sense of scale, the majority of these lots, again, are about 2.5 acres. This one is a little bit larger for this additional road frontage. So we're looking at about, in this scenario, maybe all of these lots together being a little bit more than 10 acres, and a scenario here with this being a little bit more than 5 acres, just to give you a general sense of things. So just to provide a quick summary, I'm not going to go through all the alternative language. I think it's described pretty thoroughly in the staff report, but just a quick hitting on the highlights based on the section in the ordinance, the change for section 1. And again, these are brought up simply for discussion purposes. Renaming the district, consider reducing the minimum size to less than the full 16 acres. I think we've identified potentially going as small as 5 or 6 acres. As you can see through those schematics, that may be too small to really realize all of the objectives involved. But discuss. We've offered some potential changes to the major home occupations, one of which is simply to list a few more examples so folks find it easier to read what you can do with those uses rather than having to have a good understanding of what is a service use back in the table of permissible uses. Related to that, we went back and looked at some of the earlier iterations where we did have some less rigorous permitting requirements, and there may be some benefit of going back to those. The one that we have left as a CUP is the restaurant use. It seems that the combination of parking needs and the potential for trips, some concerns we've heard from neighbors about the hours, it seems like it makes sense to leave that particular use as requiring a conditional use permit. We've also provided some suggested modifications for the special standards for the HR districts. Some of these refer only to the major home occupation, that's the MHO initial there, and others relate to the density and the minimum lot size for the district as a whole. And it's worth as a quick reminder that the likely development approach for any of these scenarios involving residential uses would be to do some type of an AIS. And using an AIS, an applicant can choose the lot size as well as the setback so that they could put that extra, so to speak, into the open space. So I will stop there. Just in terms of procedural notes, we do still have the 24-hour period for public comment. And just to be very clear to anyone who's watching this, the discussion tonight is just about the text amendment to create the district. A whole follow-up would be needed to consider an actual rezoning to apply the district. And there is no specific development proposal under consideration at this time. The images I've been showing have simply been to kind of talk through different scenarios and how the district could come together. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tina. Thank you for that overview, and thank you for kind of bringing us up to speed on the latest kind of tweaks and changes to this. I guess, possible land use, new land use addition, now the CC. So really, thank you for telling us that. So I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't know if we have any, maybe I discontinued from previous, I guess, but anyway, opening it up again. I think we may have at least one person here to speak. But I don't know if council members, if anyone here has a specific question for Tina first, or if we want to go and hear from anyone in the audience first. Want to hear from the audience first? Barbie, you have a quick question? Okay.
Quick. Thank you, Tina, for getting all this information together and having the alternative language for some of the sections. My question, I'm thinking about Faith Tabernacle Oasis of Love. Am I right that that is 6,000 square feet? And I think the maximum in here was 3,000 for, am I correct with those numbers? 3,000 square feet?
You are. We had identified about 6,000 square feet as the maximum size for the flex use spaces, the true commercial spaces, using the tabernacle as a kind of as a model. As everyone talked through it, I think there was consensus that size was perhaps too big, and something a little bit closer to a home size was more appropriate. So that size at this point has been reduced to 3,000 square feet. The standalone buildings for home occupation, major home occupation, are set at 2,000 maximum. So those are a little smaller.
Okay, thank you. Good clarification. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Barbara. Anyone else have a question right now? Yeah, Jackie, and then Susan.
Thank you. I'll look forward to doing a deeper dive into this, and there's an awful lot there, and there was a lot in our packet when we got it. I know this is too detailed for what we're currently looking at. One of the major concerns that we're hearing from people in the Tally Hill Fox Meadow neighborhood is flooding and stormwater, particularly since so many of those people are reliant on well water and septic systems, and flooding can wreak havoc on those. So it may be too early to discuss that. I was looking at the different schematics and thinking which one would provide the most protection from stormwater issues. I guess that's at a deeper point after the zone's created. But I would like to see something in the creation of the zone that straight up address the stormwater concerns. I think that would go a long way towards building consensus in the entire area.
Thanks, Jackie. Susan.
Yes, hi. I actually, Tina, first, thanks so much for the presentation tonight. And I really was going to ask pretty much what Jackie asked, but maybe one follow-up, because we have received so many emails about this. Tina, I was wondering if you could provide, matter of fact, some of the residents in in Fox Meadow neighborhood may be listening in tonight. And I was wondering if you could provide just briefly the town's role with the developer when we get to the point that we are talking about, you know, how to be dealing with stormwater and protecting the drinking water and the septic systems. I wonder if you could just give folks a really rough time frame and the town's role in working with the developer on that.
I'll offer a few thoughts and see where we want to go from there. So first off, the existing provisions in the ordinance related to stormwater apply. So just as any other development, the standards would apply. And in some cases, you know, a larger project might offer some benefits to having a more complete stormwater system than, say, a series of individual homes. Depending on the way that this moves forward, if it turns out that the only way to rezone to this district is through a conditional rezoning process, then there will be opportunity for all of the parties involved to speak, to have conversations related to a potential development design. So for example, you all would be able to talk with the neighbors as well as with the actual applicant about the proposal. If it turns out that the town rezones the property in question using a general rezoning mechanism, a larger project, something more than 12 residential units, would require a conditional use permit, as well as some of the other uses if it was, say, a more commercial-based project that had a kind of pods, so to speak, where you might have a commercial use and then some other type of residential use. So the residential piece, no matter, so long as it had at least, really at least 5 units, it would become a special use permit. It would go to the Board of Adjustment. It would involve a public hearing. If it was more than 12 units, it would go before the town council as a conditional use permit. I'm pausing because we will be using those terms soon, but for the purposes of our conversation, it will go before you all. There will be a public hearing. And again, some of the other non-residential uses will require either a special or a conditional use permit as well, and therefore a public hearing. So you have the most opportunity for involvement in the design through the conditional rezoning process. But so long as there is a public hearing, you will have an opportunity to be involved in that. And in any case, any development will have to meet the land use ordinance with regard to stormwater management.
Thanks, Tina. Does that help, Susan?
Yes, it does. Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know, and I know we have someone in the audience, but I know we've received some emails from folks in Fox Meadow, and I know one of the emails we received was from Wayne Hodges yesterday, and kind of mapped out some existing, I guess, kind of concerns about how the water is flowing, you know, down to Tally Ho from up in this area. So I know I'm sure that's what prompted some of these questions, not just the recent ones, but the other concerns that we've heard from other neighbors. So, all right, Kathy, let's bring over, how many do we have to speak on this item?
We have 2 that are signed up, and more can, of course, raise your hand. I have Dolores Bailey and Alex Halad. So I'll bring Dolores over. And as she's coming over, just so everyone knows, the way it works, if you're in attendee mode right now, when I bring you over, your Zoom screen will actually look like it's closing. It will say reconnecting. And once you're reconnected, we'll be able to authorize you to turn on your screen and unmute yourself. So when you're in attendee mode, we can't see you. I know you can see all of us, but Dolores, we can see you, and we should be able to hear you now. Thanks for joining us again.
All right, Dolores, you've got your soft 3 minutes, so we look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, good evening again. Thank you, Dolores Bailey from Empowerment and the Affordable Housing Coalition. We have been following along with Rebecca on the activities on this new zoning and the possibility of how it might change. I am here to support what might possibly happen. We do have a template that sets as much, but the coalition is for what Sally has presented tonight. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. You only used 27 seconds.
I know.
All right. Very good. All right, Kathy, next.
All right, next I'll be bringing over Alex.
Hello there. Okay, we can see you. Can y'all hear us okay?
Yes. Hi.
All right, hi. You can take it away when you want. You've got a soft 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for letting us sit in. We've just been watching the process all along and trying to sit in the meetings and track what's happening. And I'm grateful that there's been some discussion of affordable housing. And I think my concern was really that this might turn into some kind of luxury development. And then my other concern was about possibly having a metalsmithing shop 20 feet behind my house. And I can't quite tell if that's still a concern or not, but I think you're mostly headed in the right direction, just mostly listening in. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Okay. That was 43 seconds. So.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that's in the audience? Please raise your virtual hand. I'm not seeing anyone, Mayor Lavelle.
Okay, thank you. So it's, I guess, council members, let's have some conversation around this. I'll just start out by saying I kind of like the new acronym. I like the CC. Just thought I threw it out there just to start things off. All right, let's go with Barbara and then Randy.
Thank you, Lydia. So I like what I'm seeing here and the way that this agenda item is tracking. We have been discussing it and we've had several iterations of it. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. For me, it's more of a question of how to adequately address the adjoining neighborhood's concerns. That's more of a question for me than whether or not we should do it. I do support doing it, but really want to make sure that we are going the extra mile to address all the concerns that we're hearing. And I think we're on the right track. And I also wanted to go back to mapping our community's future. This was a transparent and engaging process with the entire historic Rogers Road community. And it was laid out exactly what they wanted. So there really is no question about that. I guess it's just also a matter of how to get there. So I did want to say that. Thanks.
Thanks, Barbara. In keeping with your comments, it does seem to me like we've heard from a lot of the Tally Ho folks that they also kind of support the concept behind the project. It's just that concern about how do we address or make sure, or I guess alleviate the concern over the additional stormwater, which is a concern a lot of times. Okay, Randy and then Damon. And then Jackie.
Okay, well, thank you all. Tina, thank you all for the work you and the planning staff have done. Yeah, I just want to echo Jackie and Barbara to say, being real sensitive to the communities that the neighborhood that already exists and not burdening them with further stormwater issues is critical, and especially because of the septic systems that are out there. And I think that that's going to be something that, we're going to have to be not only thoughtful of going in, but we need to continue to hear from the neighbors about it as this moves forth, because the frequency and the
the volume of stormwater in our storms is increasing. So it's a moving target, and we know that. So I want to say that. But I also think when Barbara's talking about neighborhood concerns, there's also the neighborhood interests that that pair with what the Mapping Our Community revealed in terms of interest, which I thought was pretty exciting. I think that folks are very much interested in the possibility of the community commercial that could involve like a coffee shop or something that would bring community together. So my question is, and I'm going to put this out there, even though I've had a little bit of conversation with Trish, could a bakery be in the list of uses? And if not now, is that something that the way things are written, there's enough flexibility going forward? So that's the first question. If there's that kind of retail that could be put in, and whether there's enough breathability and flexibility going forward that as things change, we in a post-COVID recovery environment, we would be able to allow businesses such as that. So Tina, how would you respond?
Thanks for the question. I have kind of a two-part answer to that. As it relates to the actual baking portion of your use, which kind of falls almost under a manufacturing type of a description, I think that would be allowed in the district, and it potentially could be almost kind of one of the non-commercial, or pardon me, one of the non-residential uses. And so related to that, there might be able to be some direct sales as an accessory to that. And likewise, if perhaps you sold something, muffins at a coffee shop type of a restaurant. True retail, though, the use classification in the twos in the table of permissible uses, right now those are not permitted. And that, I think, circles back to the marketing study that was done as part of the collaboration with the Renaissance Planning in Chapel Hill, where the marketing experts felt that that there perhaps wasn't enough traffic for retail to really survive. I think if that's something that there's a lot of interest in, I think we could go back and take a look at that, but we'd probably want to do a little bit more research.
Okay, so here's the example I want to use for that, okay? There's one of the residents that's out there right now currently has a floral business, okay? And so what if, hey, Barbara, there's my what if, right? Well, what if she wanted to have space and she was expanding what she was doing that also included a flower shop as part of where people could come in and get smaller orders. Would that not be permissible? Or how can we create the flexibility so that there is a way to open an envelope in opportunities for wealth generation and wealth creation? And then I have another.
Okay, that's something we can take a look at if you'd like.
Okay, great. All right, that's the first part. Then, all right, so here's another what if. So let's just vision forward, I don't know, 5-6 years from now. A homeowner has set up some residential space in an accessory dwelling that is 2,000 square feet, right? Okay. And that person is getting older and does not want to run that business themselves anymore. They want to lease that space. are there any constraints in them leasing that space, either for the same business or with the potential of, having another business that is on the list of acceptable businesses in that space?
So I think it would be dependent on how the business is set up. If the business is one of those that's kind of a true non-residential use that's in the HR, we'll now say HRCC, then there's no relationship to the owner and the owner living there. If the business was set up as a home occupation, there is a requirement related to the owner being a part of the operation. So we've not really explored, and I think by nature, there's the understanding that in a home occupation, the homeowner would be part of the business. Those are typically set up for the owner and their use. Now, the major home occupation allows up to four unrelated employees. But again, there's still the assumption that the property owner would be related in the business in some way. So we haven't explored whether as part of kind of a legacy business that someone could then transfer that business to someone outside of the household so that there would be no homeowner connection. We haven't really explored that.
Yeah, so I'm very interested in the fact that, on one level, we talk a lot about economic development and equity. And I'm worried that we're not really creating the level playing field for equity to create a business owner that is, the business may be that they're leasing property. And so I'm concerned that we're looking at a very limited scope for where somebody could be in their business. So take, for example, the folks that are doing a lot of their own entrepreneurial work, and they're selling, but they don't have bricks and mortar space. And they start to do, especially during this COVID and post-COVID time. And then, over the next year or so, they get to a point where they could use a bricks and mortar space that's affordable, because downtown is not affordable. I would not want to see that folks who were in, the HRCC could not become the entrepreneurs in terms of leasing space, as long as it fit whatever list of appropriate uses. That's how you create middle class. And I'm very concerned that we're looking at this, in a very narrow view and not looking at how it expands over time for folks who, they may start out with their own business in their own home, but then, or in an accessory dwelling, but further down the road, things are going to change. And if you look at how Eubanks Road is developing, you can see between Eubanks Road and St. Paul Village that there's, as Reverend Campbell has said, there's going to be density that is built in, and that's not even looking that far down the road. So I'd like us to explore how the leasing could work. And I don't know if I want to limit it. I would like to look into, again, that breathability, so that if they could have accessory dwellings, or if they could have space within their own space that they're leasing, because the economy is very poor right now. And it's not going to change in the foreseeable future. So we need to create as many opportunities for businesses to seed and take their time to nurture and grow. And I'd like to see this as that opportunity, because I think that's what is at the heart. And that also includes thinking through what kind of businesses the surrounding community would like to see, which is like a coffee shop and a bakery, as well as some of the other services that folks are interested in.
All right. Thanks, Randy. Damon and then Jackie.
Lydia, Tina, thanks for the presentation and for the very helpful staff memo. I was, as I think some of you recall, not able to attend the meeting in September where you first discussed some of the revisions that have been made to this proposal. And so I did go back and view the public hearing from that night, and appreciated the discussion that happened then, and some of staff's background information, and especially kind of the reminders that of where we are in this process, and the importance of remembering that, for example, on the issue of stormwater, that this does not sort of circumvent or undo any of our stormwater regulations or rules. In fact, those would still be in place regardless of what the zoning is in this area, which I think is an important thing for us to just kind of keep a pin in as we continue that conversation about that specific concern. And then also the reminder too that what we're talking about here is not rezoning actual properties at this point. We're simply creating a category that could be applied at some future date. So I think that's a good reminder as well for me. The changes, this has come a long way, and the changes that have been made by staff with the assistance of the advisory boards and with feedback from the public and from the town council over the past several months has been really I think I agree with Barbara, that's going in the right direction. I think I really think we're there. I think we're like right near the finish line here. And I'm remembering also that, that the initial round of discussion about this potential zoning category, the HRMU, what we're now calling HRCC, was really a couple of years ago, right? And we had the public hearing in, I guess, 18 months ago, where we made the decision to go ahead and apply the HRRR, I don't remember what the residential version of this, to the Rogers Road properties. And at that time, the reason we kind of took a step back on this HRCC proposal was that we were hearing some of those concerns about, for example, stormwater, intensity of development, some of the dimensional regulations and standards and all that. And so, if you look back at that original discussion and where we are today, this has really come a long way, and I think it's doing the right things. I really appreciated the work that's been done by staff around the dimensional standards, especially making sure there is that sort of separation between around the perimeter of the entire zone or potential zone. Some of the additional language around buffering requirements and setbacks, and as Barbara raised, the question about the potential sizes of some of the buildings, especially commercial buildings, has really been reduced significantly. And those were some of the concerns we were hearing from some of the neighboring property owners, and I think these changes go a long way in addressing those concerns. One question I had to you, Tina, about what you're presenting here tonight is there's been conversation, and there was when I looked back at the presentation in September, about something you mentioned earlier tonight, which was the difference between a general zoning category and a conditional zoning category. And can you help me understand or just clarify for me, are both of those part of this proposal, or are we being asked to specify whether we want it to be a general zoning category or a conditional zoning category, or are they both being put in as possibilities here? It's not clear to me totally from reading the materials whether we're considering a general category or a conditional category or both.
The way the ordinance is currently drafted, both options are still available, which means if you reach a point where you're comfortable adopting the text amendment, you all could go ahead and rezone to a general version of the district, or we could wait and see if a applicant comes forward, a petitioner comes forward who is interested in rezoning using a conditional process.
Okay, great. That's really great to know. And so really the two scenarios there are, one, under the general zoning scenario, it would require the town council to take legislative action to rezone one or more of the parcels in that group. Yep. And the other scenario is that an applicant would have to ask for a conditional zoning, which would then kick off, as you mentioned, a whole series of public engagement and public hearings and essentially a negotiation with the town about what the concept plan looks like, what the site would look like, and all that, before moving into kind of a conditional use permit process. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so both of those scenarios involve really legislative action by the council first, and which gives us a lot of discretion and leeway. Okay, that's helpful. Sorry, go ahead.
If I may add, just for clarity, if you choose to go with the general rezoning option, there won't be any discussion of a particular project. It would just be a complete rezoning.
But what we're considering here is not actually doing a rezoning at all. We're just talking about creating the category.
That's right.
We may or may not at some date in the future decide, let's go ahead and do a rezoning, but I'm not totally sure why we would do, well, in any case, we're not even talking about that happening right now. So
that's right.
I appreciated Dolores speaking up again about the coalition's support for this project, and wanted to echo Barbara's comments in kicking off this recent discussion tonight about the importance of us honoring the vision and goals that are expressed very clearly in the Mapping Our Community's Future report. In my mind, those are the primary considerations. And I think, as I said a minute ago, that we are near the finish line here and in reaching some resolution around getting those goals into some written form in the town code. So I'm really excited about that. I appreciated Jackie sort of raising the question of the clearer that we can be about what the sort of state of play is with the stormwater regulations in this situation, the better, right? And so, Tina, I really appreciated in your presentation tonight the kind of playing out in visual form what some of these potential development scenarios look like, what the intensity looks like, and what the constraints on the property look like in those scenarios, and the separations from the development and the existing residential properties and so on. That was really helpful. And I think getting to Jackie's point about stormwater, if we can provide some clarity in the next time that this comes back to us about, well, what, when we say this to folks all the time, we have really strong stormwater regulations in Carrboro, and that's absolutely true. We have probably some of the strongest stormwater regulations in the state. But really helping folks who are listening in and aren't sitting through these meetings like we often are, understand, well, what does that mean exactly? Like in the real world, when we say, well, our stormwater regulations would still apply in this zoning district just as they do in every zoning district in town. Well, what is that getting us? What are the safeguards in place there? And I think having that available in some language that everyone can understand, and not just those of us who sit through these public hearings, would be helpful. And I appreciate Jackie hitting that home tonight. But like I said, I think we're here. I think we're near the finish line, and I hope we can continue moving quickly on getting this done. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Damon. On to Jackie and then Sammy.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work and all the listening that's gone into this from everybody involved, certainly starting with the neighborhood's vision for what they wanted to see happen, but also staff and advisory boards. The thing that I like about where we are right now is it not only is able to begin to meet the needs of both neighborhoods, but it's moving towards helping two neighborhoods become one neighborhood. That's what I really like about it, is that it would, with the buffers and the creek and the trails along the creek, and if there are a couple little community businesses there, I can certainly see people having more opportunity to get together at a restaurant or get together at a coffee shop. So it's really helping to move towards really becoming one neighborhood, and I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to moving forward. I like Randy's ideas. If we can gel them down a little bit and give some specifics, but I just appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I think we're getting there.
All right, thanks, Jackie. Sammy.
Yeah, I echo a lot of the sentiment already expressed by many of you. I do think, just want to underscore the importance of the mapping our communities as a fundamental basis for where we are, and I'm very appreciative of staff revisiting that document and checking out what we have now relative to where we departed. That's essential. I'm for the text amendment. I'm even for including the general zoning. Not that I feel this site is appropriate for that approach. I think the conditional rezoning is the appropriate way when that time comes. And I mention that just to further underscore what many of you all have already said to some of the concerns that neighbors have expressed, that there will be a very rigorous opportunity for us to look at whatever a developer may bring to us and for us to vet that appropriately relative to the neighborhood concerns. We will have that other avenue, but I can't imagine a council going down that route given how much less control we would have in being able to be responsive to neighborhoods' concerns, the general zoning. I know that staff has asked of us some very specific questions having to do with proposals, in large part in responding to some of our questions from previous sessions. One of them being I'm very grateful for reflecting the difference between a buffer around the boundary, the boundary of the zone versus buffers around lots within the zone. It makes it a lot more useful to build within the zone. I don't think I quite understand the reason for increasing the lot size. Perhaps you could reiterate that for me. I was thinking that a smaller lot would be more amenable to a diversity of who has access to use lots or purchase lots, and in having access to that, being able to reflect exactly what the neighborhood wants, as neighborhood members could participate and have ownership in lots. That's one aspect that I continue to hold and concerned about. I'm grateful for reducing the acreage for the zone generally that's allowable, but still concerned about having to go through an architectural integrated subdivision as the means for defining kind of the sub lots within that, because I think it still depends upon the ownership by a larger developer, and maybe we're too far down this road to accomplish what I would have hoped, preferred. Or maybe we can't start from scratch, but I'm grateful for that attempt to reflect that concern. Those are my my reactions right now, and generally just very grateful for the work done so far.
Thank you, Sammy. Barbara.
Yeah, I just had one question. Is Dave Bellum? Is he still the owner
Yes.
of that property? And so it hasn't been sold to anyone. It's still him.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Damon.
Now, Lydia, I have a question, I guess, for you and maybe also for Tina. So is the appropriate step now for us to close the public hearing so that staff can then go and pull together resolutions that we need and come back whenever they're supposed to do that? Where are we sort of?
Yeah, thank you, Damon. I was just it looks like everyone's kind of made their comments. So I will close the public hearing. Tina, do you feel like you have enough guidance on some of the changes, proposals that you made and explained to us tonight, to come back to us with the streamlined final amendment and like with the HRCC and with some of the other changes that you showed us today? Do you feel like you have enough guidance? And then in addition to the two things that Randy asked to be looked into, the food delivery or the whatever it is, the baking bread addendum, and then the ability to have the home offices lease those out. Do you feel like you have enough?
It would be really helpful for me. We identified, I think, 6 sections of alternative language. It would be really helpful to have a sense of if you would like for us to go ahead and incorporate those, or if there's some that you're not quite sure about that we need to revisit.
Okay. So those 6 sections of language, and I know I'm looking on attachment, let's see. It was on attachment A, right? The different alternatives for the different parts of the section for the LUO. Is that what you're talking about?
It is. If it would be helpful, I have that one summary slide in my presentation.
Sure. Yeah.
You want me to go back to that?
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, because I know, like for instance, like obviously alternative section 1, we want that one, and then beyond that, I need to just kind of think through them again. But
Lydia. So if just to clarify, rather than asking specific uses about a bakery and a coffee shop, it's about the flexibility, especially over time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing. And the second had to do with the owner use, personal versus the ability to lease.
Okay. Well, and I think to the degree that it could be incorporated clearly into what we're adopting, that would be our preference, I guess. But some of that flexibility might also mean maybe we might have to see how things develop over time. But as much as we can kind of get here at the front end, I hear what you're saying. So
right.
Okay, so section 1. Well, actually, everyone just kind of look at this. So section 1, the alternative language is in attachment A, but it's all the kind of legalese to it. But you've explained, I like the new name. I think everyone understands the new name. You've explained why reducing the minimum size might make it more nimble in terms of a person being able to come in and kind of do some work. And that's kind of how I take it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is in part in response to some of the conversations at the public hearing. Yeah, I think the only thing that you might wish to discuss more, and we could do this potentially at the next meeting, is we've identified the opportunity for it to be down to, I think, 5 or 6 lots. 5 or 6 acres. With some language about how the district could be then expanded. And you may feel that that's too small. You may want to say it needs to be at least 10 acres to really realize all the kind of the mixed use component of it. So I just throw that out there if that's something you want to think about, and we come back and talk through at the next meeting.
Okay, so my thinking is we definitely renamed the district. I saw heads nod on that. That second one, I'm up for further conversation about that. I need to kind of think through that, but I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I want to make sure I understand that a little better. I hope others feel okay with that.
Yeah, Lydia, and to better understand, I hope you mean we would wait for staff to further flesh out what they mean by the complexity surrounding that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I'm okay with getting that back, Sammy. That's right. Section 3, expanding the definition of major home occupations with more examples. I think we're all in agreement with that. That's fine. The table, we saw the new table, the table with some modifications in it. We saw that the restaurant still stated a CUP. I mean, that looked to make sense to me. All right, and then the section 6 one. This one, Tina, I understand. I think I understand the second part, but I'm not sure if you could. I need you to either explain this one again or we talk about it again next time.
Okay, do you want to cover it right now or you want to wait? Let me see.
What's the pleasure of board members on this? Do we want to discuss this one and give some instruction on section 6 here right now?
I think this one's straightforward. Maybe if Tina could just try to explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. So here's the image that I provided.
Right, okay.
So the width of these lots from red line to red line is about 140 feet. So the current requirement is 60 feet. So if it's 60 feet on either side, that leaves you with a mere 20 feet in the middle, which means if you have a major home occupation and you have activities outside, you have to make sure that your outdoor activities are centered within that central 20-foot area, regardless of the topography. That seems like that might be a little limiting.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I remember you explaining this. I wasn't sure that was where that was on the list that you just had. So I think I do agree that one did seem straightforward and not controversial, and it made sense. So. Okay, and then the vast ones, 7 and 8. Is that tied in at all with?
I have a question here just to clarify for people.
Yeah. Go ahead, Damon.
I think when you say increase residential density, really the effect is to decrease residential density by increasing the minimum lot size, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I did this rather quickly, so yes, thank you for being clear with that.
And is this also the section where we would see clarification that, for example, building size would not exceed 3,000 square feet in certain circumstances, and then for others not exceed 2,000? Is that another section? I just want to make sure that's captured here.
Yeah, the building size, I believe, is under the special standards, so that would be under section 6, and that's already been changed. We changed that, I think, a meeting ago.
Okay, that's already been done. Okay.
Yeah, what this just does is it reduces the total density potential for the district, and it gets it perhaps a little bit more in keeping with some of the interests, at least of the neighboring parcels, as well as perhaps the Rogers Road folks. Right.
No, I think that was a nice way to balance those. I appreciated your description of that in the memo.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tina. Okay, so it seems like everything here is okay to go with the alternative language, except we'll continue our discussion at the next meeting about the minimum size reduction, how much we might want to reduce that. So.
Okay.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thanks for pulling that back out and reminding me how those fit in. So, all right, I think we're good with that, everyone. Then
I just wanted to say that I wanted to make clear to people that, are sending it back and with those reductions, that doesn't preclude further conversation and further remarks from the public when we go to actually vote on it in a couple of weeks. Correct?
It doesn't, but I do urge my neighbors and the folks that are watching to kind of look at what came before us tonight.
Right.
I do feel like, sometimes people kind of have a tendency to remember what they saw before. And so people can see this iteration tonight. I mean, this is really close to, I think, what would be very very acceptable to everyone. And so
I think that's true, but this is not the end of the conversation. And we'll still be taking remarks. Now, I think we're really, really close. I just wanted to be clear that that we will still be discussing this when we meet.
Right, and also to make the point that what this will ultimately do is creates a new land use ordinance that then sometime may take effect here, and then there will be an opportunity through whatever the CUP's called then, or the SUP then, for people to then, of course, have the comment and oversight by all of us on that too. Barbara.
I just was trying to figure out when it was coming back. Is it going to be next week, or is it going to be in December, you think?
My guess is January, Kathy, because I know we've seen I think we've already got our agenda. I think we're probably pretty close to the next couple. Yeah. And this will be for staff to kind of pull that. Is that right, Kathy? I'm looking at you kind of. Yeah. Damon and then Sammy.
I think Sammy might have been before me, but.
All right, Sammy and then Damon.
Quick clarification.
Yeah, also just want to clarify Jackie's point and making sure we're as transparent as possible with the public. We closed the public hearing and just wanted to make sure we're clear about what degree of comment we will be able to receive. Okay.
I mean, I think we're just having closed the public hearing. I don't know, Brady, do we, I mean, we take comment on everything, even though we officially closed the public hearing. Do we open it up again next time, or do we just take comment next time? How do we handle it?
I mean, I think this has already happened once before, and we brought this back. So you could go and do the same thing again if you wanted to go and do the public comment. You just got to have the 24-hour period.
Okay. All right. So why don't we, right now, I guess we'll have a future agenda item that'll set the date for the continuation of the public hearing. That's what we did last time.
It would have to be a new public hearing, which is what this is. This is a new public hearing.
Okay, so it closed. I wasn't here I wasn't around. I missed the meeting when we did this. So this public hearing is over and closed, and so we'll have an upcoming meeting. We'll identify when the next public hearing will be, when we consider this revised ordinance. So
that's sort of what I was trying to ask for some clarification about earlier. You have closed the public hearing. And what I was hoping that you or Tina could clarify for us now is, what is the next step, or what did staff anticipate being the next step? Because I wasn't under the understanding that necessarily meant having another public hearing. I thought we were going to have the ordinance amendment and resolution of consistency coming back to us for a consideration about a decision to be made. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean, I guess, that we can't take comment on this, but I thought that the point of tonight was to hold a public hearing, close it. There's another 24 hours left of public comment on what we discussed tonight. And then what we're coming back with next, whenever staff is ready for it, is for us to make a decision. But
okay, I mean, thank you. I mean, honestly, it's at the pleasure of the majority of this group. I mean, I feel like we're, I kind of closed it because I thought we were there, and we had a few more, things to talk about, and we have, something else we have to see come back to us, right? So I kind of felt like we were there. And, I certainly don't want to dissuade anyone from giving us final comments on it or commenting on that night. And I don't care if it's a public hearing or just people who want to say a few things, but I think the expectation is that we approve it at the next time it comes back on. I don't know.
Tina, feelings about that. I guess I just would, if we're going to have another public hearing, it has to be, as you said, it has to be set. It just is another round. And I hope that we're not going to get into a situation here where we're just doing public hearing, closing it, then having another public hearing, because we're not totally final with what exactly we want. Like,
no, I don't think anybody's saying that. What I meant was, we take comments after the close of the public hearing under the new rules, and we will consider all comments, and we will make our decision at our next meeting. I don't think anybody's saying we're going to have another public hearing.
Okay, so what you're saying then is, that's a little different than, Jackie, from what you said. So what you're saying is, we'll take comments tomorrow, and then that's it. And then the next time we have this, we'll vote on it. So
that's what I thought I was saying. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying that we wanted to be sure people had a lot of opportunity to comment. So that's fine.
Yeah, and by that I meant that, public comments open for another 24 hours, and we'll also include all the comments that we've received by emails. No, I did not mean to.
Okay. All right. Very good.
I don't want another public hearing on this. That's
all right. Well, I'm fine. I mean, it's a majority rule here, and I don't see anyone objecting. So, or I don't see a majority objecting.
It can be confusing too, which is why I was hoping. Yeah. So thanks, Jackie, for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So So when this comes back to us, it'll be, it sounds like in January or whatever, it'll just be on a regular agenda, a regular item. So, all right. Any further comments about this, y'all? If not, we'll move on to our next item then. So.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor and council members, the third public hearing of the evening is on the schematic design and project costs for the 203 South Greensboro project, and Patricia McGuire will do a short presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Good evening again. And Derek Jones is here with me from Perkins and Will. There's also a couple of folks in the audience I know who've helped with the presentation or the information for tonight, so we may bring them over if you have specific questions. Yep, there's one, John. And Arch is there too. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen and walking you through the presentation, and I'll hand off to Derek. We'll do a little bit of a tag team here. One sec. Okay, let's make that a little bit bigger. Okay, just want to reorient everyone to where we've been recently for the project. So we have had presentations or discussions about the project with the council this year in July, September, October, and now tonight. And for discussion tonight, sorry about that, are the public hearing on the schematic design, information about the pricing, parking strategy, economic impact, land use regulations, financing strategy, and our next steps. We've done a fair amount of, I'd say actually a lot of public outreach to try and incorporate public awareness of this project and seek input. We have had a survey out there, and I think our count right now is about 41. So pretty significantly up from the last time we talked to you. Still about 82% of the respondents are white. I do have a map I can show you real quick of where we have received those responses from. They are largely in town, just out of just kind of an interesting thing to see. Got a few scattering out in the county and down in Chatham as well, but a lot of folks responding from right in town. But we've done emails, flyers, mailing, sandwich board at town hall with the project, signs up at the site, and of course we've used our social media. We've had the poster guys put out posters a couple of times and have tried to blanket the community with signs about these meetings. So now I'm going to let Derek walk you through the design refinements and the cost summary, and then he'll hand it back to me. And I will do the slides for you, Derek. If you are
Hi,
ready.
everybody. Good evening, and I'll be very brief. We have been largely in pricing. So the work on design has been, we've been looking at sort of incremental adjustments, but largely focused on engineering and coordination. Here is just a diagram of some of the things we've been pushing and pulling just a little bit, particularly on setbacks as we approach the more residential neighborhood, to start breaking down those volumes. And if you go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is just an overhead view, and you can kind of see the little pushes that allow us more green roof space and a little bit breakup of the volume. We're looking at some other things, for example, test fitting photovoltaics on the roof and seeing how much we can actually get up there. Our engineers are currently looking at that to see what kind of energy yield that might produce. It's those kinds of small adjustments that we're looking at as we run through and are providing the estimator and the construction manager with more information so that they can refine their pricing. If you go to the next slide, this is a view that you've seen, sort of looking from glass half full, or that side of South Greensboro Street. And Some things that you can't tell, but we've pushed in, for example, the glass a little bit on that corner that's closest to you in order to get a little bit more room under the overhang. There was talk about a potential bus stop that may or may not come along coming up Greensboro Street, so to provide some sheltered space for people who might wait for that if and when it does come. So little things like that. You go to the next slide. At the main entry, we've been looking at just the pattern of solid and glass panel, particularly as it relates to the programs that are inside, programs that need a certain amount of wall space, for example. And we've got now a sheltering canopy over the main entry. So considering the way that water will collect and run down a vertical surface, we don't want that, coming down on people as they step in and out of the building. So these types of smaller refinements. Go to the next slide, please. And we've always been, we just love this roof terrace, and it's getting better and better, but just some views out there and how, just testing the size and capacity that you can actually use it for up on that roof space. Next slide, please. And then this is coming back around that south cutout, which is required by the zoning, but we're trying to make a really nice intimate space out of it, and looking at, realigning and again testing those transparent and solid areas so that they work with the program inside, but in this case, work with the program in that little courtyard space, and providing a certain amount of bench seating so that it can be used for that quiet, more solitary space, but also you could bring a story time group out there from the library and actually sit maybe 18 to 20 kids down for a small program. And then just working with some basic alignments of the architecture so it feels cohesive and all tied together. Next slide, please. So what we've really been doing is working with the pricing, and as we make these little tucks and squeezes, we've also been updating some of the summary. So here, is kind of our then and now slide where we compare the 2018 scheme to the current scheme. We're at very similar square footages for the building portion right now, and actually we've increased the amount of open site space, so that's actually exceeding what we had formerly. The terrace is still limited, but it's largely limited not by sort of what we could put there architecturally, but what we can safely egress by code. So that's really what is determining that size. And then the major difference is, of course, the amount of parking. So we're currently still holding 173 spaces. Next slide. As we have been pricing this, we completed the 100% schematic, and that document was put out yesterday, I believe. So if I think you can get access to this if you want to. It's certainly available now. And it has a lot more detail, building plans, how areas are calculated, how parking is calculated based on occupancy in areas, and that type of more detailed backup information. Pricing, as you know, we have two estimators. One is the CM, the construction manager, and the other is a third-party estimator. We provided them with the same documentation, and they came back with somewhat varying costs, and so, which is to be expected. It always happens. So first we have to reconcile those costs and figure out where they're landing. So we went from about I want to say a 15 to 18% delta, when we're now at about a 1% delta, which is about as tight as we'll get it at a schematic design phase. So the numbers here are what I would consider reconciled numbers between the two estimates, reconciled as of really earlier today. So if you go to the next slide, I think, yeah. So the total base cost is coming in at about $24.5 million. And you can see how it's broken down by site, building, and parking. We can also break that down by the tenant, whether it's Orange County or the town of Carrboro or WCOM. But since we just got that information, we still need to parse it a little bit to see the actual breakdown. And then parking is, you can sort of see how that breaks. There are some other costs, what we call other costs outside of base building. And those are things like furniture, desks, tables, chairs, audio visual equipment, the screens, the projectors, the codecs, the distance learning type of technology that hooks in, performance space equipment, theatrical lighting, rigging, those types of things, a sound system. The PV roof array is also another cost that we're holding as an allowance below the line. And then the parking management system itself. So, what is controlling ticketing or gate operation and things like that within the parking? That's something that we're not sure you will necessarily need or want. It's just something that we've carved out an allowance for. And those things cumulatively add up to anywhere between 2 to 2.7 million. You can drastically manipulate those numbers depending on how much audio visual you choose to install into the building. And so they're very in many ways they're flexible numbers, but just together they come to roughly that order of magnitude. You go to the next page. We have been looking at potential what we call value engineering. And value engineering, we really should divide into categories of true value engineering versus qualitative changes. And so these are what I would say are probably, for the most part, true value engineering, and that you're still getting a very high quality product. But by changing some of the electrical materials, some of the exterior finishes, interior finishes. So for example, on exterior finishes, if we go from what we call curtain wall to storefront, they are, to you, they may look almost imperceptibly different. They are a different technology, but as long as we stay within certain size ranges, they are equivalent. So those are the kinds of things that go into here. The one major one, which probably makes up at least half of this number, is the potential reduction in parking to the LUO required amount versus the amount that is currently in the design. Next slide, please. Oh, I think this is you.
So thanks, Derek. So the next couple of slides I think are mine. We provided a memo to you all directly, John did, and this is a slide from his information regarding the expectations about how the parking on the site is handled through the pre-construction, construction, and post-construction phases, and it is handled through a combination of basically a kind of a three-part strategy that we've been working on. So we are working on a parking management study to, with an outside consultant to, with wayfinding, help us deal with some demand management changes in downtown. That's sort of the umbrella discussion. We've also been, and as part of that, been pursuing new leases with property owners, and we are working on leases with 2 different leases with the property owner relatively close to the 203 site on North Greensboro Street. And then also some shifting of demand, moving some parking demand for town employees, for example, from the Century Center to Town Hall. Many folks may remember that prior to the 203 property being converted from a hardware store to a parking lot and then being purchased by the town subsequently, town employees did park at Town Hall, who worked at the Century Center when the building was first opened for a number of years. So that part is something that we do think is within the town's wheelhouse. But we do look at the existing parking capacity that's available at the deck at East Main Square as providing relief from the parking spaces being removed from the site during construction. And then, and we've got differing demands during the day or availability during the day. We've broken it down here in the slide into 3 time periods, 7 to 12, so 7 a.m. to noon, noon to 6, and then 6 p.m. And then the gray is the existing situation of the spaces at 203 South Greensboro Street. The gold is the during construction, and then the green shows what we expect to be the after construction is complete. I'm going to let John speak to these 2 slides, and I'm happy to just go through that, move them forward when you'd like me to. John, we did have an economic impact analysis completed. Since you're on the line, why don't you take a few moments to tell us about these?
Sure. Thanks, Trish. So we contracted with Creative Economic Development to conduct economic impact assessment on this project. And so we're anticipating a total of 29 new jobs to be the impact to downtown Carrboro, which you can see created anywhere from 72,000 to 101, just over 101,000 in new downtown expenditures or revenues for businesses in downtown. Next slide, please. And then we also, of course, as we all know and been talking about, the positive impacts to downtown is that the 203, of course, here's some, will bring a lot more people downtown. And here's some sampling of what we anticipate would be the amount of visitors increasing to downtown. So 2,800 just for the government center components, 8,300 for recreation and the cultural components and programming, as well as about $30,000 to $40,000, 40,000 visitors to downtown for the library. So we are continuing to work on going to be finalizing this report, and we'll be happy to provide it to the council once that is done. And if you do have any other additional questions, our consultant is available as well to answer that. So back to you, Trish.
Thanks, John. So Arch is in the room here, and we've got a couple of slides for him as well to talk through the expected financing strategy for this project.
Okay. Thanks, Trish. The past several weeks since I have been working with our financial advisors down in Charlotte, our first-time advisors, and what we've been doing is we've been looking at different financing scenarios. In addition to looking at the traditional loan process, we've also looked at things such as, what does it look like if we defer the principal for 2 years, or what if we capitalize some of the interest? And so we've just looked at a number of different things. And at the end of the day, right now, what we're looking at is borrowing some money for this project. And I need to make this disclosure. Everything that you're going to hear from me tonight is subject to change. Depending upon the market conditions, the final product, project budget, and a host of other factors that we don't even know about now. Trish, next slide. So right now, what we're looking at in terms of financing, we anticipate construction scheduled to begin in September 2021. Initially, we thought we might do the issue the debt at that point. But as we looked at the calendar, if we can issue the debt on January 15th, 2022 for $12 million for 20 years. Then our first payment, which will be interest, will not be due until the next fiscal year. Interest payments will be due on July 15th and January 15th of each year, with a principal payment. LGC likes for you to pay down that principal. And so we would do a principal payment each January 15th until it's paid. We estimated it probably cost about $100,000 to issue this debt. Next slide, Trish. This right here is part, it shows you the first 5 years of the amortization schedule, where you see on January 15th, we would borrow the $12 million, and July 15th, 2022, which is fiscal year 2023, we would make an interest payment. And then after that, each principal payment would be $600,000 a year plus whatever the interest is. One of the bright spots in this is that in July 2024, the fire station number 2 debt will be retired. And right now that currently costs us $280,600 a year. And so that is money that gets freed up that we would then be able to either put back into operations or use that to subsidize additional debt. That's it. One last thing. One last point I would make is that, and I don't have a slide on this, is that the town has a policy of not using more than 12% of its operating budget for debt. And if you look at our existing debt, and if you look at this $12 million of debt, we do not go over that number. That number rises to about 9% of the operating budget, and then about 3 years out, it begins to decline. So again, this is all subject to change.
That's great. Thank you, Arch. So we did in the agenda abstract itself just summarize for you that we've identified two aspects of our land use regulations that would be changes that would be needed to support the design as you're seeing it tonight. And the one item is allowing parking structures in the downtown neighborhood protection overlay zone to go to a maximum height of 60 feet. And then the other is to clarify the town and operated facilities that exceed 2 stories are subject to the issuance of a zoning permit, which is consistent with the permit requirements in the table of permissible uses. We are looking very closely at the tree cover. You did see in the illustrations that Derek walked through that we do have a variety of trees shown around the site, but we are looking carefully at that to see if we are going to be in compliance with the 15% tree cover. And we've sent a preliminary image of this to zoning to have them take a look at it. But we will advise you if there's anything about that 15% tree cover that we need to also consider. We did receive some questions today, and I've got sort of preliminary answers here for you, but Derek may be able to clarify with the information he has on the pricing as it's been wrapping up. But we were asked about breaking down for each condo user and per the proportion of parking that each will own. Right now, the for the town and 36 in the shared as a result of the shared areas in the building. The design currently includes 173 spaces, as you've heard, and the pricing for that is $6.3 million, with about $36,000 per space as the cost. I can't say is whether or not if we were to reduce it down to 153, if it were going to be a straight line reduction, or how much of that is related to something about the structure that would not make it perhaps that significant a price change to reduce the number of parking spaces. But Derek may be able to address that, and we can also explore that question further. The next question is how land cost will be credited to the town. So the town did purchase this property for about, I think, $600,000. And currently the development agreement basically assumes that the crediting for that goes into the percentage of cost sharing for the project. In the development agreement, we have a cost summary that assigns 44% of the project to the town, 56% to Orange County. The space breakdown in the building is about 36% for the county, 30% for the town, and 31% in the shared areas. So we'll be looking at the cost reconciliation, of course, with Perkins and Will, but between the town and the county, carefully. We are with the lead condo owners that will result in this as a result of this project. WCOM is one of our building partners, but they will be in a lease agreement with the town. And then you've heard about the approximation of the range of upfit costs already from Derek in the $2 to $2.7 million range. You want to talk through the next steps, Derek? And then I just have 2 comments at the end. Add. You're muted.
Derek, we can't hear you. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was just going to go back to the last slide just for a second and offer a little bit of, from perspective is that, yes, it would not be a linear cost savings. There are certain costs like elevators and stairs and building structure that don't fundamentally change in a linear way with the reduction of number of spaces. So I'm not sure what it would be, but we have preliminarily calculated it just to budgetarily think of it that you might get back maybe 30,000 a space or something like that. And I just also wanted to clarify when we use the word upfit costs, all of the interior finishes and appointments are included in the price. It's just that I like to think of it as if you picked the building up and shook it, everything that fell out is what is in that 2.27. It's the furniture and, a copier equipment and things like that. But if you want to go to the schedule, we're here at November 10th, where that red line is drawn. And in about a week, we will make the first site plan submittal. It's the beginning of probably a 4 submittal process that cycles and actually becomes the critical path of the project. Simultaneously, we're hoping to begin design development, which is the next phase of work where we start getting really much more into the materiality of the building, the detailed character of the building, and we'll be bringing that back forward to you all in the near future, but it would be our hope is to get started as soon as possible on the what we call design development phase of work.
Thanks, Derek. And I just wanted to just make a note for everyone that from a sort of very specific next steps, we are expecting to bring an agenda item back to you all at your next meeting that would basically kind of wrap up maybe an action regarding the schematic design. Because of the kind of some element of fluidity on the pricing side of things, I think we did point out in the agenda item that the pricing is coming in a little bit higher than what we in the county have framed in our agreement. It's not a gigantic deviation, but it is. And as Derek said, we are, charged with looking at value engineering and among the town and the county, and just trying to do our best to bring that back. We would kind of expect initially that you would direct us to try and get it within the budget, but we would report back to you on our ability to do that. The next thing is that just to mention to everyone that the construction management phase of the project, planning for that rather, is something that we would expect to occur within the design development. So we would kind of, sometimes that doesn't actually happen if everyone can see the slide until we get down sort of further in the site plan approval process, but we would expect to do that engagement and begin that discussion here earlier in the stage of the project. So with that, I think that is our last slide. We're happy to try and answer any questions, and thank you very much.
Okay, great. Trish, thank you. Thanks, Derek and team, and thank you, Arch and John, for providing us with all of this information, especially also with some of the requests we got specifically that you responded to in the slide tonight, and also for the material we got ahead of time about the parking, about the financial impact, and so on. I think we have at least one person in the audience to speak, but first, I don't know, do council members want to ask any questions first or bring up anything here before we go to the public? Barbara, and then Jackie, and then Randy.
Thank you, Lydia, and thank you, Trish, Arch, John, and Derek. I think that's everybody for this presentation and all this information. So I wanted to go back to Trish with the slide on parking. And I just had one question about that. I really probably don't even need the slide, but my question to Trish was, I thought I heard you mention that you were engaging with a consultant around parking demand or parking management. And my question is, we had a parking study not that long ago. We had some findings to come out of that long and short term. And I'm just wondering, is this like something totally separate that we're embarking on, or are we using any of that information from that previous parking study to inform our parking with the 203 project?
Yeah, no, we absolutely are using, and this slide really, and the memo that John prepared really does show the connection between the parking plan that we have, that is adopted for the downtown, and the work for this project. But the consultant that whose services the town has obtained are really to look at the management strategies for dealing. And the council specifically directed us to obtain some services to assist us with questions about whether there should be any pricing mechanism, how we deal with what kind of enforcement tools we might be able to utilize, and how wayfinding and some demand management actually could potentially better utilize the surface parking supply that's in the downtown, knowing that the town's portion of it is still a small percentage. Is that a good depiction of it from your perspective, John? John's becoming the lead on this project, so our expectations.
Yeah, I think so. I think Trish and I had a discussion with the new consultants a couple of weeks ago, I guess. And I think that I'm hoping that with a combination of the wayfinding signage as well as some new management strategies that hopefully will come out of this, we can better utilize and manage that the capacity we have currently in downtown.
Barbara, does that answer your question? In my memory is that was kind of like a bridge from the parking study. How do we implement the findings of that parking study in terms of enforcement, in terms of managing the different lots we were finding, and that
right.
That was one that was year right before she left, I think.
Right. Yeah, that answer is adequate. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. All right, we have Jackie, and then Randy, and then Susan.
Thank you, everybody. This is really informative. John, in the materials you sent us in our packet, but I don't see it here, you had something about the jobs created as the project was being built. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was the slide talks about the consultant actually broke the impact down into the construction phase, the operations phase, or kind of the continuation phase, once it's constructed, and then of course the total economic impact.
Right. The construction phase, when it came to jobs, I found a little bit problematic because I'm not sure that those are all Carrboro jobs or even Orange County jobs. And so that's kind of it's kind of money leaving as opposed to money coming in with those jobs. And I know we've been down this road before. It's really hard to have in fact, the state, I don't know, will let us have a contract that says X percentage of the people working on this must be Orange County residents. But I did find that the consultants' work there to be a little bit gilding the lilies, so to speak, because most of those people that come most likely will not be coming from here. They'll be employees of the firms that are doing the actual building.
Yeah. If the mayor will allow, the consultant actually is available on the line if she wants to maybe, Mayor, if it's okay if she.
Yeah, maybe. Sure. Let's have her respond to Jackie's comment.
Crystal, I think.
Good evening. This is Crystal Morphus with Creative Economic Development, and thank you for that question. The construction impact is for the zip code, but it is noted that those jobs are just one-time jobs that are just created during the construction phase. So those people will be working in Carrboro during the construction phase. Now, whether they are workers that are brought in to Carrboro for a period of time and then leave, but those jobs will be in Carrboro during that construction period.
Oh, but there'll be people that'll be coming to Carrboro during the day to go to work. They're not Carrboro. They're not Carrboro residents, and maybe they'll eat lunch here.
Some of them could be residents, and some of them could locate. So sometimes construction workers will live in that area during the construction phase and then leave that area. But you're right; these are one-time jobs for the construction phase that are not ongoing, but it just shows the impact during that period of time.
Right, but it is not bringing employment opportunities to the people who live in Carrboro and Orange County.
Some of those jobs could be construction workers in Carrboro, and some of them could not be. They could be from the outside or the inside. The difference with the operations impact is those are ongoing jobs that are permanently
based
that. In Carrboro.
I understand that. I was just thrown by the construction number because I've been around a while and I understand the construction business. So thank you for clarifying that.
All right. Thanks, Jackie, and thank you, Crystal. Going on to Randy and then Susan.
Yeah. Okay. So my question is for Arch on the projected potential layout of payments. And I'm just wondering, and I don't want to get into discussing it now, but can the council be sent that slide and the other the other financial slides? Yeah, that one and that one. Yeah. Is Arch here?
Arch, we can't hear you. Arch, you're muted. Yeah.
He was on a beach. Where is he?
Get out of the water.
Yes, we can send this to you. I'll get with the clerk. And on this particular slide, this is a 20-year amortization schedule that I'll include the full schedule rather than just the first 5 years.
Okay, I really appreciate you also showing the retirement of the fire station number 2 debt. That helps us, see the larger picture. And I also, I really appreciate Trish and Derek and John for the work that you've done to bring us to this point. It's really feels like it's coming together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. And not just that point about the retirement of the fire station, but also the not more than 10% of debt that it's not even, it's at 9 and then it reduces after a few years. Really appreciate that picture, even though it can all change. So
yes, absolutely.
Yes. All right, Susan, you're next.
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation this evening. I have a few questions. A lot of them are dealing with numbers, but not all of them. First, the parking management system. and maybe this question is for you, Derek, is that assuming that we have paid parking? If we don't have paid parking, we wouldn't need that parking management system?
So what we call a parking management system might be a couple of ticketing kiosks, gate operators that we're all accustomed to using at parking that would allow you to control the parking, whether it's through paid service or not. Now, a likely scenario, because you're not set up to manage parking currently, is that you would procure that service from a parking management company, and most likely they would install their own equipment, and then that would be built into their charges to you, but it would be amortized out. So we felt obligated to carry a number below the line that if you were to purchase and install all of this equipment, it would be, a number, a six-figure number. But it's also very likely, depending on one, if you do decide to charge for parking or not, or to have it, at times being able to control it, or if you decide to outsource it to some other management entity, that would probably be a very different cost equation.
Okay. And then another question in terms of parking cost. So I have seen the number $25,000 per parking space. I've seen that number come up a lot. And I noticed this was $36,000 per space. Is this high?
So two big factors that go into a $25,000 per space. One is that it's a precast construction. So it is cast offsite and then erected on site in giant pieces. It goes up very quickly. And the second is size. So when you're talking about decks that are, 1,200, 1,500 car decks, you can get and you're using precast, you can get the prices down to $25,000. In our case, because we're building a deck on top of existing building, the first floor is occupiable space. We're forced into a cast in place deck, which is a more expensive structural system, but it's also a longer lasting system. The other thing is our deck is quite small compared to one of these larger decks. So we build a ramp to park 40 cars per floor, whereas we might build a ramp and park, 350 cars per floor in a very large deck. So that's kind of where they shift and why this deck is more expensive.
Okay, another question I have, and this may be a question for John, I'm not sure, and don't go away, Derek, I'll be back. So it seems like an important part of this whole parking plan is that we have these, 140 places at Hampton Inn, or at least somewhere around there. And those numbers for Hampton Inn go back 3 years ago. I think they were part of the parking study. And so my question is, do we feel pretty, not pretty confident, very confident that many places are still available at Hampton Inn, because it's going to be a really important part of our strategy to have no net loss in parking?
I think that we are, especially during COVID currently, and I'll kind of tag team this with Trish. She's more familiar with the original parking study that was done. And I think one of the tasks that we will also be looking at with the parking management consultants that we've brought on is an opportunity to reevaluate the parking study, making sure the numbers in there are correct. Of course, now is a bad time to try to do any kind of parking study in downtown with COVID. So we need to unfortunately wait until we have a better time, a more accurate time which we can assess what that parking will actually be.
But pre-COVID, before March, would it be safe to say that I don't know what I just don't know how to gauge, confidence in this, but pre-COVID, do we feel very confident that we would have that many places available during the daytime hours at Hampton Inn?
I would say yes, and I'm going to say that kind of not necessarily in the same context in which the chart we're showing here, but we do know that there's more capacity than this in the whole garage, and that data does come from the 2017 study also. So the part that we lease, the one through decks 1 through 3. We do, according to the 2017 study, there is additional capacity there. We know, according to the 2017 study, there's additional capacity that we are not leasing in that garage. So if it were to turn out that, we go back to a time of almost a pre-COVID parking situation, there may be an opportunity there for us to lease additional spaces in that garage because there is capacity outside of what we're currently leasing.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel confident in saying that, yes, there is additional capacity in the garage. Is it in decks 1 through 3? Maybe not, but we do know that there is additional capacity there. Trish, would you agree with that statement?
I mean, that's what we have from our data collection, and we did it twice. The information in the plan included 2 counts, and we're queued up to do a count this spring, and then, everything. Remember what downtown was like at the beginning of COVID. It was just unbelievably as far as traffic and parking goes. But the consultant we have under contract, part of their work is to do an updated count. To recollect the information we collected for the plan, and to check it. So when things are back to sort of normal, which we don't think they are right now, we will, and perhaps we would be able to do that in the spring of this year. April would be the time when we did the second count under the, in the data collection for the plan itself. So I think we'll be looking carefully to see if that's something we can do in the spring and get a handle on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think that we will wait and see. But right now, I think that, the work that was done for that plan showed a fairly large amount of capacity. So whether if there's been an increase of 10 or 15%, I think there would still be available spaces. So, but I think we want to do the counts again so we can get a sense of that. I think Don in his memo had some concluding remarks about this. Basically, part of the parking management strategy is to have a way for continuously evaluating the situation and to get it and to have a handle on it as we move forward. So continue to do that as opposed to sort of doing it in episodes, as do it more continuously.
Thank you, Trish. Derek, one more question for you, and this switches over to bicycle parking now. And I see the figure 173 for the car parking. Do you have a number for both the covered and the uncovered bicycle parking that will be part of the design?
Yeah, right now I believe we have 12 uncovered bicycle parking spaces and 24 covered, for a total of 36 spaces.
Okay, and final question. So I noticed in the economic impact data, it estimates 30 to 40,000 patrons to the library each day. And it was some point this summer, town council members received an email, and the projection was actually 184,000 patrons visiting the library each year. And this was based on the Orange County Librarian doing a count of how many people visit the Orange County Public Library, and then feeling that there's actually going to be even more, maybe even slightly more people coming to the Carrboro, the Southern Branch Library, just because of the location and what have you. So my sense is we're probably ending up comparing apples and oranges, but since this is such an important part of our economic development, I'm trying to figure out why there's such a big discrepancy between the numbers and the economic impact report that you all shared yesterday or what have you, and these numbers that we're getting from estimates from Orange County in terms of their, the use of that library. I'm not sure who this question is for, but
yeah, that's a good question, Susan. Does someone want to kind of take a stab at that? I mean, I do recall, I haven't pulled it up, but I do recall getting an email from Lucinda, I think, basing the figures on, kind of Orange County and Hillsborough downtown library, and kind of thinking that and working it off. And with our two libraries we're going to have that already are operational that will mold into this one. So
yeah, I'll try to take a stab at it. I think what we were looking at here is we were using similar numbers that were used at the Cyberry and at the current library extension here in Carrboro. Recognizing, of course, that there was likely going to be an increase when we go to a full-blown library here in downtown Carrboro. So I would say that it's probably better for us from an economic impact perspective to be using more conservative numbers to make sure that we're not overblowing kind of what that impact will be. But that's my understanding of where we've pulled these numbers from.
thank you. Thanks, John, for that. And thanks, Susan, for raising that, because really, if you kind of if I think through it, I mean, Carrboro, the Cyberry being kind of part-time-ish, certainly McDougal is, it does seem a better indicator would be either the Hillsborough Library in downtown Hillsborough or even the Chapel Hill Library, just more of a full-time one. But I appreciate, too, the idea of the conservative numbers, because it's probably good to be excited if that number goes up. And it's probably erring on that lower side probably doesn't hurt. But Susan, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I just would add to this, though. It's in addition to the economic impact, I think it's an important number in terms of parking, right? I mean, we're talking multiple six times, possibly more patrons using the scenario from the Hillsborough Library. So I don't know, perhaps I share this information. What I can do, John, is share with you the contact who provided this estimate of 184,000 patrons, and perhaps the two of you can help us narrow down that number a little bit better.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, now y'all, I mean, I'm still calling on people, but we also remember have some folks in the audience that want to speak. So I have Damon next, and then Sammy.
Just a couple of quick things. First, I'll just want to thank Trish, Derek, John, Arch for, as usual, providing some really useful information here and being clear about where it's coming from, and also clear about what schedule we're on, and being very detailed oriented about that. I will say that, to Susan's last question there, it does seem it feels a little odd that there isn't some firmer estimate about library patronage. It seems like that's information we ought to be able to present to folks. I mean, this is going to be an important civic building, and being able to quantify for people in some useful way what the impact of that's going to be, both economically and otherwise, seems like something we ought to endeavor to do. Quick question, Derek, on the question that Susan asked about bicycle parking covered versus uncovered and the total count. Is that consistent with what's called for by the land use ordinance, 36 spaces for this entire building?
It's probably double the land use ordinance. I think the LUO would require 18 spaces.
18 for the entire building?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that surprises me. Maybe it's a relation to the uses of the building, I guess, the way that that's broken out. But given some of the counts that we've required of developers on other sites, it seems really low. Just thinking about Shelton Station, for example, the amount of bike parking that was required there. Granted, it's largely a residential project, but I was surprised to see the low number. But thanks for that. If I could maybe get some more information from that at a future meeting, that'd be helpful, or just by email, really.
Yeah, we have a table. We can provide that.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Those were really my only questions for now. I'm interested in hearing if we have public comment, but thanks again for keeping us on track.
Damon, let's see, Sammy.
Thank you. Thank you for the update, the presentation, and for all the work everyone's put into this. Last time we had a meeting, I was interested in to what degree, what the time frame is to allow for us to incorporate any lessons we may glean from the parking study that we're pursuing, or transportation demand management. And I'd like to get an answer to that, hopefully today, from someone. I think it's essential as we pursue and consider the cost of what this project represents and the need for parking, that we address that question. So does someone have a response to that in terms of how much time do we have before the parking deck has to be nailed down and we can't change anything?
I'll turn it over to Trish in a minute, but I think we are almost on the verge of approving this conceptual design. It sounds to me like maybe next week and moving forward with it. But Trish, you go ahead and chime in with that and also your response to Sammy's question.
And so the reason I'm concerned about is last meeting we were told we have months to look at that question, and so please.
Yeah, I don't recall at the last meeting that we said we had months to keep talking about parking. But go ahead.
I do. I looked over our meeting and staff said that we're going to do this parking study. We would have a chance to look into that.
Yeah, I remember it a different way. But go ahead, Trish.
Yeah, thanks. I think what we definitely have time to do the parking study with our consultant to understand how we can handle demand management in the downtown for this particular project. And I didn't have the answer as far as what the drop dead decision time was that evening a month ago. I did communicate with Derek shortly thereafter. And once design development begins, we have to know how many parking spaces we're putting in the project, essentially. We have to know what the building program is, which includes the parking. So the decision about the number of parking spaces for this project, not what we do with parking management and managing transportation demand management with regard to parking. Otherwise, that can continue and will continue. But for this project, we have to nail it down pretty soon, so that we can, if we're going to move into that design development phase.
So, thank you, Trish. So we have a week to figure that out. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that, and we have not. The project itself, the presumptive standard from the land use ordinance perspective shows a lower number than this than is shown in this design right now, but. Beyond that, you've seen from the summary that John provided to you what we'll be doing during pre-construction to handle the substitution of demand that's on the site right now, which does include some town parking for employees, but includes others as well. So then we would be looking to, be in competition, I guess, with those other parking users who may be moving beyond the ones that we're trying to shift to the deck, for example. So.
Okay. So So I think that there's an opportunity, like one further idea to add to that grid that John provided is there's I know staff stressed administrative parking. I guess what that means is excluding parking by, I'm not sure who, perhaps police officers at the Century Center. I know that there's a lot of employee parking at the lot across from the Century Center. And there's an opportunity to offset downtown parking by have those employees park elsewhere in the same way that we're talking about it, doing that for the library itself. So I offer that for staff to consider to further supplement this conundrum. In the same way that we're talking about needing to perhaps alter our ordinance, for example, with the tree canopy requirements, I think we're upon an opportunity to alter our ordinance to be responsive to a different way of how much parking we're requiring in the downtown in terms of employee parking. And this may be our opportunity to do that as the offices that we own and the employee parking that we're requiring for the library itself, and potentially could reduce the parking along with it, 20 extra spaces, as I mentioned last meeting, another 40 for employees. That's 60 spaces. It's about $2 million at the rate that the discounted rate that has been described for per space. So I very much would like for us to answer that question, obviously within the week that we have, and I'm very much in favor for us to lead as if we were in a climate emergency. I'd like to remind everyone how hot this November has been, and this isn't going to get any better. And the last thing I want to do in the last 7 years we have to deal with our part of climate emergency is build a parking deck for heavy vehicles and cars, taking up the resources, the money that we'll be needing to instead put towards true climate solutions. Another aspect I'm interested in is the operating and maintenance costs. Maybe that's in the document that was issued yesterday, but related to that is, for example, the return on investment for the solar panels. When will that pay itself off? And what will that translate to in electricity that we won't be needing to purchase? And related to that is energy efficiency. As we talk about value engineering, how much can we invest into further energy efficiency that could save us and have a return on investment, so to bring down the cost and of course also address the climate emergency. So those are my initial lastly, Trish, you mentioned needing to potentially alter our ordinance on tree requirements. And we recently had an issue where with Club Nova, the question on they're giving an easement to the town, and in recognition of land value, land costing, and a property owner not necessarily wanting to give away their land, we could think of a way to offset trees that we can't build for structures in our downtown towards purchasing those extra easements on sidewalks, for example, to plant trees. So I put that out there as a creative potential solution for staff to look into. If we're going to be changing our ordinance, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's think of ways to maintain trees in our downtown. And it would be tragic for us to be the ones who break our tree ordinance. So let's do the best we can to try to maintain that. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. I have some comments to make that I'd like to go ahead and get to the people in the audience. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing. And Kathy, let's bring over whoever's in the audience that wants to speak. And Trish, maybe, yeah, thank you. Okay.
Neris Levy, I'll bring you over first.
Can you hear me?
We can,
Okay.
Neris. There's a little bit of an echo, but
okay. Yeah, let me just put this down. Okay, I'm with you. Hold on. Okay. Is that better now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. It's
okay.
not It's echoing. And, as you know, you have a soft 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Okay. Basically, I just want to reinforce the figure of 184,000 potential library users in 1 year. This was a very serious study by the Orange County Library in Hillsborough between June and March last year, pre-COVID. And so you must also know that we have had to reduce our hours in McDougall, which is the Carrboro branch library, because the school, has been our temporary home for over 25 years. So I'm with the Friends of the Carrboro Library. So what we are concerned about is that there will always be issues when we are getting into these big developments. And we have been trying to get the library for now, as we know, 30 years. We do not want any delay in the timeline. There will be issues that come up as a big project like this emerges. And we are concerned about the timeline because already we've had to reduce further our time in the McDougall branch library. Now, of course, that's closed because of COVID, but soon it may reopen. And, there will be very, very few library facilities for the next 2 or 3 years. And that's another generation. So that's going into our 6th generation of Carrboro residents that are not being serviced. I say that, but it's also a county library. And we are serving the whole of Southern Orange. These are taxpayers in Southern Orange. Orange County is putting 55% of the support into the building. And so there will be people who will be coming by car. Whatever one thinks about this, I understand the issues of climate issues that Councillor Slade has. I understand and respect those. But to be realistic, there will be people traveling by car to this project, to the library, and also to the Job Skills Centre. And these are 2 big supporters of the building. I have one other concern that, if we don't do this project now, it's going to get even more expensive later on. This is a very major, how can I say, part of the infrastructure of a growing Southern Orange, of a growing Carrboro. And we are also planning for post-COVID development. And I think that, if there are cost reductions that can be made, of course, everybody supports that. But if you delay, it's going to be much more expensive. And we have already seen the costs of a projected library since we tried to start getting a library 30 years ago, double, treble, and quadruple. So any more delays will delay building the necessary infrastructure. I want to thank everybody who's working so hard on this project. It is a wonderful project. We are so fortunate to have such talent operating, and we are so thankful. I'm also thankful to the town of Carrboro for really spearheading this project with iconic architecture. So congratulations to everybody. Stay on track. Let's open in 2023 early. Don't delay. That's another generation underserved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Daenerys. Appreciate it. All right, Kathy, who else?
Next, we have Laurie Policelli.
Laurie, are you out there? You're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay,
and you
thank you.
You have a soft 3 minutes to talk to us.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Lavelle, Council. Mayor Lavelle is on the Visitor Bureau Board, where I serve as director for Orange County Visitor Bureau. And this project has piqued my interest since she's updated us sporadically on the new library. Partly because it's an exciting, hopeful project for Southern Orange County and the future of both tourism and residential living here. I've asked myself many times, am I so excited because of myself as a resident or as a tourism professional? I live on Smith Level and I can see myself flocking to this library immediately. But really, at the end of the day, it's my tourism credentials that make me so excited. It's very common for us to see libraries present at national tourism conferences. Most recently, New York City's and the 5 bureaus presented on how that library system sees 37 million visitors a year. Between their users and their visitors, that's more than their professional sports, arts, and culture. And when we probe as to why, the libraries really are a great equalizer. They attract people from all walks of life. They don't discourage immigration. They make materials available in all languages, online, on voice. They provide tutoring. They provide multilingual programming for all. They're a great place in this time of infotronics technology just to stop the babble, to go pause and get to know a community. During the Great Depression, libraries were nicknamed the breadline of the spirit. That's where people went to find jobs, to collect themselves, to really plan for a new future. Libraries are an anchor in any community. They're a gateway to the rest of the community. And that's where John's economic impact is really so powerful. We will see that so greatly as people flock to this library and out into the tourism and hospitality and business community of Carrboro. One thing too I'll say is how impressed I am with libraries' willingness to take on the e-publishers and make those ebooks available to all, and also reinvent themselves in a time when we're all trying to reinvent ourselves for relevancy. I love that you can take out a fishing pole with your library card. Garden seeds, I love that. I love that you can take out Renoir Impressionist art and put it on your walls for that cocktail party and pretend that it's yours. It's so Carrboro. It's on a bus line. I agree with Damon on more bike racks. I agree that this is an exciting, hopeful project, both personally and professionally as a tourism and business representative. I thank you and I look forward to it. Thank you all.
Thanks, Lori. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
All right.
That's all I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak that didn't sign up?
Okay. Are we good then, Kathy?
We are.
All right. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And I guess I'll just comment and say that I echo the comments, a lot of the comments I've heard from folks here tonight, Neris, Laurie, some of you all, with response to, my opinion about the project and the associated parking that's in it and the design. You folks know we've had hours and hours and hours and meetings and meetings and meetings about this project. We've had lots of discussions about how to address parking, how to arrive at a balance that works for our community. We have John looking at strategies around the couple of years to come during construction and afterward. We have this great opportunity with the county, who's cooking in over half of the money on this $26 million project of this really awesome building. And I'm really looking forward to seeing it come to fruition. And as I understand it correctly, Trish, next week is when it'll come back to us then to approve our schematic design and the project advancing to the next design step. So next week pushes it forward with even more certainty than it is right now, right? But at next week would push it off, right?
That's the plan. Yes.
All right. So council members, any closing comments before we still have 2 more items on our agenda. So I know everyone's had a lot to say tonight, and we've heard a lot from folks about a lot of information. So, all right. Well, thanks to our visitors for being here.
Lydia.
Wait, I'm sorry, Sammy.
Yeah. So given that we're going to make a decision next week and we have received so much information via email, not in our agenda packet, I would like to request that staff include the economic analysis and other documents that we received today, along with the response to my questions as part of our agenda item for next week. Along with that, I would also like for staff to provide two options for parking. One that includes employee parking and one that does not include employee parking, for the council to be able to make a decision. While it's true we've been talking about this for a long time, we've only gotten the numbers today. Our public hasn't heard what those numbers are.
Yeah, okay.
We haven't had an opportunity to talk about that. And there was some interest last time we spoke about exploring this parking question a little further. I recognize we only have a week to do it, but at least if we could have an option to choose from next week, that would be very helpful and reflective of a way I think half our community or more think about that choice.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I disagree that we're just hearing numbers for the first time tonight. And also your comments about seeing if employees can move off site. We've probably talked about that very idea at least 5 or 6 or 7 times. Annette and I talked about it several times. I know John's got all those notes and he's working on that. I mean, a lot of these strategies that you're talking about are not new and staff have been working on them for months. So I do agree that this information we got within the last couple of days should either be on our agenda packet next week and or on the 203 project website, where I guess the schematic designs are going to be located. But I just have to disagree with some of what you're saying, Sammy. So.
Right. I would like to hear from other council members too. I mean, I remember the conversation. Jackie expressed interest in doing something like UNC does, parking off site. Why do we need so much parking? Well, Susan expressed similar sentiments. So I don't think I
don't mean to cut you off, but we are going to be doing a lot of that. It's just that what we're voting on next week is this design for this project with the parking spaces in this project. We're obviously going to be doing all of the other parking you're talking about.
If that's the will of the council, I'm fine with that, Lydia. I mean, I respect your perspective. I just want to hear what others think about that too.
Okay, let's take a little vote here. Who thinks that? Well, I don't even know how to frame the question.
Can we take the vote next week and just receive the information of what those two different scenarios look like?
Well, I don't want to, honestly, I don't want to have.
I know you don't. I'm asking the council.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I don't want to have staff run down a rabbit hole of a whole lot of extra information that they have to bring together before us next week when they're already doing all of this work that we've already given them the direction to do many, many times over the last several months. So I guess I would like to hear, who wants to speak up and give me their opinion as to whether we should have staff continue to explore alternatives to this project that we're going to be voting on next week. So who wants to speak up and address that in addition to me? Damon.
I mean, I guess I will just say I'm not entirely sure what the debate is. My understanding from the information we've received both ahead of time and from staff is that some of these parking management strategies are included in the strategies that are being used to determine what parking constitutes so-called no net loss and so on. So I'm happy for us to receive more information. I don't know that we need to have different scenarios. It seems to me that the two scenarios that are already before us are the amount that is this so-called no net loss, 173 spaces or whatever, or a scenario that is the just sticking with the land use ordinance, presumptive standard, which is 150 something, I suppose, spaces. But in either case, it seems to me that the staff is already developing management strategies that include off-site employee parking. That's part of how they're getting to those totals that we're seeing, unless I'm completely misunderstanding what I'm being presented with here. But I agree with Sammy, and I have all along, that we should be looking to every strategy we can to manage parking on the site, including parking employees off the site. And if that's not what we're getting here, maybe I just don't understand. But I think we are getting at least some measure of off-site parking for town employees and for perhaps other employees in the project.
Thanks, Damon. I mean, that's my understanding too. The two are going forward simultaneously. Jackie, is your hand?
Our land use ordinance requires employee parking.
Hand was up.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I'm speaking. I think that we've gotten tons of information. We've looked at this from many different angles. Staff has for several years now been presenting us with different scenarios, including employees not parking there, which is what I had asked for, and is what we saw tonight. Now we have facts and opinions and data in front of us, and it's up to us next week to decide which way we want to go with the facts and the data and the opinions. So I don't want to put staff through an exercise of having to spend the next week coming up with information or reframing information that they already have.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak up now before we go on to our last two items? Susan.
Just one quick comment. My understanding is that the town did take the position of no net loss in parking, and based on the conversations I've had with David and others, the only way to get there is at 173 parking places, along with doing all of these other things in terms of moving, some of the town employees over to town hall parking, what have you. So I would just say I would be in support of moving forward with the 173. And while we are also continuing on a long-term basis to look at good parking management strategies.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else want to speak up?
Ditto to what I've heard thus far. I can follow up right behind Susan and say the same. 173 spaces while staff continues to explore, as Trish explained tonight, with the what's the name of the program again? Transportation Demand Management Parking, whatever. As she continues to explore those options, and I've heard that conversation, as we've moved along, and I'm interested to see where it goes, but I absolutely support moving forward.
All right, and so that's everyone. Brandy?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that Damon nailed it when he said that we're there. The staff is working on this, and it's not a complication. We need to, as Jackie said, reframe or review. Staff is with it, and they understand that we're looking at those options. So, but I appreciate the conversation, and thank you all for the clarity.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you, Lydia, and apologies for not getting where our council is. I was just really wanting us to think about $2 million and trying to make that saving and reflecting it by really having our land use ordinance even be changed so that employee parking could happen elsewhere. Instead, we're going to be doing 60 spaces that I feel we don't necessarily need to do.
Thanks, Sam.
I'm sorry to all of y'all to put you through that total misunderstanding on where we are.
Thanks, Sammy. All right, so this item is over. We're moving on now to the next item. Rebecca.
Okay, Mayor and council members. The next item on your agenda, we're moving on to other matters, and this is a presentation of the conceptual master plan for Westwood Cemetery. And Joe Guckovin will kick us off.
Hi, everybody. It's been a while since I've seen everybody.
Good to see you.
You too. I'm just trying to share my screen here. Bear with me. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So tonight, the purpose of this item is to have our consultant present the concept plan that was done for the Westwood Cemetery. But I thought I would take just a minute or two before I introduce him and just kind of go over a couple things that have popped up via email and some concerns from the public. And then kind of just remind everybody of the history and how we got here. So forgive me if it's a little bit disjointed, but I did slide put a few slides in here to help answer some of those questions. So this is the Westwood Cemetery. It's over at the corner of Fidelity Street and Davie Road. The entire thing is approximately 8 3/4 acres. We currently have zones 1, 2, and 3 that we use, and we have a little bit over 2,100 plots available total. And you can see on the information that's presented there that most of these zones are pretty much used up, 99%, 96, and 53. In fact, we have a total of 266 lots of remaining, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But the other thing I wanted to mention that has come up from some conversation that's been in front of you in previous weeks is the location of the surrounding area to the cemetery with regard to its proximity to town parks. And so we have a slide here just demonstrating the distance to get to various parks. The closest one being Town Commons, just 0.3 miles away. It's about 5 football fields away. The Simpson Street Mini Park, 0.6 miles. Wilson Park with the Adams Track, a little over a mile. And MLK Park is a mile and a half. And that was information that you all requested, and I just wanted to make sure that that information was available to you. If you don't have these slides, we can get these out to everybody that would want them after the fact. I'm just going to quickly shift over and talk about the history of how we kind of got to this point of doing this conceptual design plan. A few years ago, there was a request for the old cemetery to consider green burials, which ultimately you all approved. And at the same time, when you approved that, you had asked staff to start considering green burials at the Westwood Cemetery, which of course we started to look into that, and there was a report put together that considered that researched what the green burial trends are and what Carrboro currently has available and what the demands might be, and take kind of some demographic data like that and to start to consider what we would do there. In addition, back in June with the budget, you all approved the budget to go ahead and engage with a consultant to do a concept design to consider all the various types of burials, and I'll let the consultant get into that, whether it be cremation, whether it be natural burial or traditional burial. So we'll get into that in a little bit. Some of the driving factors of there were looking that was taken into consideration by our consultant was the trends that we see just nationwide. So we see natural burials, which include green burials and cremations. And if you look at the trend there, you'll see that just in the past few years, we've already shifted over that halfway mark where more than half the people are now looking at cremation rather than burial. And if you project out, it becomes dramatically more clear that that's the current trend, and there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. And then last but not least, before I introduce Peter, is we took raw data going back a number of years and just considered how many plots we're selling on an annual basis. The blue line you'll see there are the Carrboro resident sales, and then the that kind of orangish color line is the non-resident sales. You can see that they kind of spike up and down. Very recently, there's been little to no sales from non-resident areas. We did find that the average number that we used was about 40 plots per year based on the current trend. Now, of course, that can go up and down on a given year, but we think that's probably a fair average to consider. And if you divide that into the 266 remaining plots, you can see that we would potentially run out of plots to sell within the next 6 to 7 years. And so at your direction, we wanted to be proactive and take a look at the entire site to see what we could do as far as being versatile in the types of burials that we have, being efficient, being proactive as far as our environmental concerns are in burials and the impacts that are created from that, and to maximize the amount of space that we have in Zone 4, as I showed you in that first slide. So, so that's kind of the history and the driving factors that got us here. And I also, like I said, tried to address some of the concerns that were brought up from some citizens. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Peter Fernandez from Carter Van Dyke Associates, who did our concept design, and we can try to take some questions after he's done that presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Joe. Can everyone hear me? So now I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if that'll work. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so
well, hang on just a moment. Is it the one that says Westwood Cemetery?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yes.
So thank you for staying this late to have the presentation. But anyway, so I have about 16 slides to go through, and generally I'm going to go through the existing conditions, some test pit locations, then different burial options, about your cemetery rules, and then we'll go into the conceptual plan. So Joe just showed this plan of the existing site conditions, and then we developed a base map with our consultants from Taylor Wiseman Taylor, and we used Terracon for our structural analysis. They did some deep bore testing, and so what we have here, I don't know why oh, here it is. So these contour lines, if you can see these rings here, this is the test bore data. So it's rock at 2 feet, rock at 4 feet, rock at 6 feet. And then the other lines behind it are the contours of the site. So this is sort of the high point of the site, and it falls off in all different compass directions down the hill, but with the main drainage going here. And as you can see here, this is another part of the swale at the back part of the property. In this part is the wood line, you can sort of see. And these are the existing burial sections here. So this shows the aerial behind the test pit locations. And we noticed that the rock was, these contours sort of followed where the rock is exposed on the site. And there's remnants of boulders in the woods as well. So that would restrict some types of burial. So here shows the site analysis on the aerial. So you can, and since this aerial was taken, and it could have been a year or more old, this is where, when the graves are being dug in section 3, the spoils from those graves are deposited in this part of the site. And we've recently, the Public Works has spread this out. So it's now much cleaned up since this photo was taken. So what we did was we have in this part, there's a table that shows the different acreages of the different zones and what the total plot counts are. And then our objectives are to expand the burial types, improve the site character, provide seating, signage, and amenities, improve site infrastructure, and improve site vegetation. Right now, there's a lot of calorie pears around the site, which are actually a non-native invasive tree species. And the existing woodland is pretty clean. It's the southern yellow pine, there's some holly in the understory, and then you have some crepe myrtle along the street. So I want to get into some different burial types. We do a lot of national cemetery design work. And here, this is a double depth burial crypt. It's pre-placed, so the whole burial area is excavated in a 3 foot by 8 foot burial plot. And Calverton, this is Calverton National Cemetery, and they'll have like 27 burials a day. So they'll open up a whole row. And when they do a second burial, because it's double depth, then the spouse is placed on top. This is side-by-side singles at Calverton. So in other words, there's a grave here and a grave here. So they're side by side in a 4 by 10 plot. And then your existing cemetery is a 4 by 12 foot. So the difference is that the 12 foot, the headstone is placed in a 2 foot strip, and then the coffin is in vault is put in front of that. Other options include in-ground cremants, which is a 3 by 3 foot burial plot. And this increases the amount of burials you can have, obviously, because it's a much smaller area. And then a 4 by 4 grave plot with uprights. So what happens here is there's a memorial wall in the back where a plaque will be put for a numbered plot. And then the plaque is on the wall in the back. So that's called in-ground cremants. Then you have columbaria, where a niche would have 3 urns in it, and then it would have a plaque on the front. So this shows how that would look constructed. So these are precast concrete niches. They're 3 to 5 high on a concrete foundation, and they're faced with granite. And they're double-sided. So this shows 40 on one side and 40 on the other for 80 total. And then you have green burials, which, you can have a green burial walk with a bark mulch path in the woods. And then this shows your old Carrboro cemetery with a naturally plot that can be as small as 4 by 8. And this simple wrapping of the body, I don't know if you can see that. Can everybody see that behind the, I don't know how that works, but anyways, it shows how they use simple wrappings, and they don't have a concrete vault for a green burial. And then you have other options are a memorial wall and an ossuary. So the memorial wall, you can have a scattering garden where the ashes would be placed in a special place that has curbing or a wooded area. And then the name of the deceased would be put on a plaque on a wall that's just in another area of the cemetery. Another is an ossuary, where it's just basically a big vault underground, maybe 3 by 3 and maybe 6 feet deep. And it has a cap on it, and you just remove the cap and you put the ashes into that vault, and then a name goes on a plaque, and there's different ways that's done. So then you have options for site furniture and signage. You can, cemetery can have benches, and you can put brick walks in, and flagpoles, and you can have different burial marker signs, site maps, granite section markers, and then benches and brick walls. Landscaping, of course, we'd use native material from North Carolina, things like different flowering trees, magnolias, hollies, and things like crepe myrtles. So then I found it interesting that the rules for a cemetery currently, which were actually the first open space in the United States after the Industrial Revolution, is there really weren't any parks. And so the only place that people really recreated was in a cemetery, and they might even have picnics there. But your rules say that you can't really do anything in a cemetery. And it's clear on the Carrboro, in the Westwood Cemetery, there are no benches, and it's really not, there's no really paths or anything for people to walk around. So the concept plan that we've come up with is that, as you can see here, section 1 is existing, section 2, section 3, and as that fills out, we can plot out section 4 And wherever there's existing trees, those would be obstructed graves. And then wherever when they dig, if they come up with rock, then those graves would be obstructed as well. So we don't know what the final count would be in these new conventional burial areas, but it could be fairly good. But anticipating that, then what we've recommended is that we go into and have in-ground Creeman sections. So this B1 would be an in-ground Creeman, and B2 would be in-ground Creeman. So they'd be much smaller plots. And then you could have a circular road. Right now there's a cul-de-sac, and so for a funeral, you could have a one-way loop, and people could come in and you could have a service either graveside or in this center gathering area, and people could park along this road and then drive out. And then there would be columbarium walls that you could build in phases. So C1 might be the first wall that would be 300 niches, and then there could be flagpoles in here with benches, and then this could be an ossuary with benches around that area with special paving, and then this could be a memorial wall, and then E could be a scattering garden in here. And then you could have a series of asphalt paths. I'll go back to the out one. And so you could have asphalt paths would be loop paths around the natural burial areas, which would be in the woods. And then you could have bark mulch paths, which would go sort of create loops around the walk. So people who are walking their dog or are just out recreating could use the park as a mini park. So we could also use green features like a rain garden to help with runoff. Right now, there's a lot of erosion in this area of the cemetery from when they're excavating the graves. And so just to also have a green function for cleaning the water before it goes into the storm, into Davie Street. And I think that's about everything. Does there anybody have any questions?
Okay, thanks, Peter. Let me make a few quick comments here to the whole group. I'm still trying to think about walking my cat around a cemetery and trying to. So first of all, council members, before we go any further with this discussion, I just wanted to say that I got a message from the town clerk. Chief Schmidt is volunteering to skip tonight. He's happy to receive emailed questions. Just wanted to put that out there. I feel like it's probably as much. I kind of feel like maybe we could let him go to bed, but I don't. I just wanted to throw that out there. If people are okay with that, I think I'm okay letting him go. But if people have urgent questions for him tonight, otherwise he said that we can email him. So I just wanted to get a hand. Is everyone okay with that if we let him off the hook for that last item? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I also want to say that we have some people in the audience that want to speak about this item. And so should we hear from them first, y'all, before we start our conversation? I see thumbs up. So Kathy, let's go ahead and hear from our folks in the audience, and then we'll give our comments to Joe and to Peter. So,
all right, Bob Proctor, I'll be bringing you over.
Hey, Bob.
Hi. You can see me, okay?
We can see it. You know the deal. You got your soft 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll get going. Thanks for having me again. It is wrong to consider the Westwood Master Plan because that process has not been legitimate. Details should not be planned before the overall context has been discussed. The distribution of green space is inequitable. Over 40 years, purchase decisions for hundreds of nearby condos have been made. Putting graves into the meadow would be a major change in use for which our neighborhood has been provided no warning or chance to speak up. It's not fair to pressure us to compromise when this game is in its second quarter. Only by accident did I even find out that it was underway. Tossing us a couple of bones will not be acceptable. Here's a thought-provoking alternative. When the space in zones 1, 2, and 3 is used up, why not launch a graveyard in MLK Park? There aren't any cemeteries north of Maine. It's a more beautiful setting. That park is much larger, though it serves far fewer nearby residents. Its privileged neighbors are less in need of green space, given their fertilizer-soaked yards and the nearby Carolina North. Telling our neighborhood that we should be happy because you've decided to expand the cemetery by only 10% instead of by 100% would be like telling the folks on Rogers Road that they should be happy that the landfill will be expanded by only 10%. Layton County declared racism a public health crisis. When green space that is beneficial to health is considered, public health problems can also arise from the classism that discriminates against lower income and high mobility people. The classist land use ordinance requires higher quality screening when commercial abuts single family residential than it does when multifamily residential is adjacent. We've been shortchanged for parks and green spaces, even though our needs for them are higher, and we've already been treated disrespectfully when the Google shed was shoved down our throats on a needlessly urgent basis 4.5 years ago, and it still hasn't been turned on. There's no need for urgency here. The current space will last for 6 to 8 more years. There is no need to continue down this misbegotten road this winter, merely because this plan was prematurely commissioned. It's essential to first conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the various environmental, social justice, equity issues facing this town. Please put this plan aside until all facts have been gathered, the big questions considered, like whether the town should even be in the cemetery business, and our neighborhood can speak up.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Bob, for your comments. Kathy, do we have anyone else in the audience to speak?
We do. Next, we have Olive Russell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And you have
Okay.
You have soft 3 minutes to talk to us.
Okay. I'm talking again about the cemetery, as I did last week, asking to please pause any more sales and don't rush the decision. And I just wanted to briefly read a letter from a neighbor who also lives on Fidelity Street. She was not able to read it herself, but asked me if I could read it. Her name is Jean Call. She says, I live on Fidelity Street at Village Square. The area is quite densely populated with numerous apartments and condo complexes. The neighborhood is pleasant with varied population, students, seniors, young families, folks from all over the world, I think. One thing we don't have is a park conveniently located for many of our neighborhood. Something we do have is a wonderful green space at the Westwood Cemetery. We need this green space. Here we can see the sunsets. We can sit on the grass and visit with friends, socially distancing, of course. Perhaps even more important, tired parents with 2 or 3 kids living in a small, crowded apartment can set them free here to run for a while. I do not see any nearby spaces as special as this, and I doubt we can obtain another in such space anytime soon. Please save this wonderful, badly needed spot. Sincerely, Jean Call. Thank you.
Thank you.
All I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so council members, any questions for All right, council members, any questions for Peter and or for Joe, and or how do we want to proceed with this tonight? So let's see, Sammy, then Barbara, then Susan.
Thanks for that presentation, Joe. It's been a long time since we gave staff direction to do this. It's interesting to see that a big portion of this space is taken up by a rock that could potentially make burials not as many as one would hope. Along with that fact and the points made by neighbors of the opportunity for a park in this area, I would be interested, as I expressed in our last meeting, exploring having a cemetery in the rural buffer, if that is possible to do. The value of this land in the heart of Carrboro is significant, and I think we should make use of it in a way that can be used by a lot of people who are living today. I respect the existence of the cemetery. I think it's a sacred place for those who are already there. And obviously, we can't do anything about it anyways, even if we wanted to replace it. No one's talking about that because it's by law, it needs to be there. So if we could create a park that could be respectful of the fact of a cemetery, I'd be interested in exploring that option and pursuing some property outside in the rural buffer, which is outside of the high value in our downtown.
Okay, thank you, Sammy. Let's move on to Barbara and then Susan.
Yeah, so thank you, Joe, and to the consulting group for bringing this information forward, and to the neighbors on Fidelity Street and the Davie Road area for your comments. This is just me. This is a lot of information to consider at this late hour. I, for one, am not in favor of providing any type of direction tonight without having had a chance to review these 16 or 17 slides that were presented to us tonight a little bit more. I don't know if this is the kind of item that maybe we could do a work session on. I guess I would ask Lydia that question. There's several things here. There's the cemetery, and then there's the neighbor's request for the pocket park. When I think about a cemetery, I think about a place that there's a lot of tradition there. There's culture there. There's respect and reverence for the dead and for those who still visit those graves, and there are plenty of people. I see them out there all the time. So I think what I would want to do, as I said, is have more of a chance to look over this, maybe a work session or another time that we can discuss this more fully, and just thinking about how the pocket park and the cemetery would come together. And I don't know if I would want cemetery space out in the rural buffer, because where the cemetery is now, it is centrally located. It was purchased for the purpose of being a cemetery for the town. And so, I mean, it's convenient for people, just as this pocket park would be convenient for the neighbors that live on Fidelity and in the Davie Road area. So I would like for us to have further discussion about what kind of synergy that would be, because basically for me, what I've seen tonight is just how we can further enhance the cemetery instead of, maybe how we could pull all this together. I think he did talk a little bit about how we could, maybe this is the slide, or maybe it was another slide where he talked about an area where you could just walk around and walk your dog, and stuff like that. So maybe, was it this slide here?
Yeah. I think it was that one. So
yeah. So that's what I was thinking. That's it for me.
I really appreciate your comments. I saw some heads nodding when you said that. I mean, I kind of agree that I think this is a really kind of pretty lengthy conversation that we should have as a council, kind of think through this a little bit. I too would like to look over the extra slides we got and just, and this has generated some other questions I had that I can't even formulate right now. Like one of them is, and then I'll go to Randy. One of them is, I mean, I know our recreation and parks professionals have a plan of where our parks are, where our trails are, you know, where we plan to expand our amenities and everything. We don't usually just have people come to us and say, give me a park. There's usually some rhyme or rhythm to it. So that's another point that I, you know, would like to have factored in here on this. So I'll go to Randy, but my suggestion would be maybe Randy, after you talk, I'd really, if the rest of the council is in agreement with that, I do think it might be good for us to put this on the agenda maybe in January and talk about it a little more when we can have a discussion that's not at 11:15 at night. Go ahead, Randy.
Actually, I think Susan was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan. I'm sorry. I'm rambling here and I have your initials down here. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Lydia. And I have just a couple of questions. I appreciate the comments from Sammy and Barbara, and I agree with very much kind of some of their general comments here. Couple of things. So just so I'm clear, if the town were to allow green burials at Westwood Cemetery, would the town need to change its code?
No, you already have it in the code.
I thought that was just for the old Carrboro Cemetery. It's in both of them.
I think it would be a town-wide. It's codified.
Okay. And then also it was mentioned there's 266 remaining plots, and have those, that means they're truly available for anybody, or have those been designated? Have a lot of them already been designated for you know, the spouses, say, of somebody who's already buried in the cemetery? Or
Joe can chime in, but I believe that those can be purchased by anybody, and I think there was a cemetery out of town that closed, so now there's more pressure on this cemetery.
Right.
But
So there was a cemetery in Chapel Hill that essentially has sold out. They're full. And I think as a result, it did put a little bit more pressure here. However, the data that we showed, it still looks like the vast majority of plots are purchased by Carrboro residents. And I'm sorry, I forget the other, the 266 plots that are remaining are available to anyone, yes. And there are a number of plots that are designated currently. So though there are only 266 plots available for sale, there are more than that there's nobody buried in them yet, but they are sold or designated.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And just a couple other things real quickly. So if we were to use, if we were moved toward more green burials, I assume that we could have even more plots. I assume that that's going to require less space in the cemetery if we use green burials.
Exactly. Well, the green plots can be smaller and they're shallower. So it could be that more of these conventional graves, which, as the chart showed, they're not as popular, or more people are being cremated than being conventionally buried. Because when you think about the sort of the greenness of it, you have to manufacture a vault, you embalm the body. There's like billions of gallons of embalming fluid, a year that are put into the environment. You have everything associated with digging a big pit and putting this concrete vault in the ground with a casket, and then the construction of the casket, and then the materials that are used in the casket. So there's all kinds of things associated with a conventional grave, which are, our carbon footprint is very high, where a green burial or a natural burial, really the only carbon is the people driving to bury the people. And then, you have just a cotton shroud, and that the manufacture of the shroud doesn't take, a lot of energy compared to concrete vault. and then the grave is shallower. So with the rock contours, you could use more. So I have a feeling that this probably won't, this area could remain pretty green. You might have fewer conventional graves over time. So you might bury in A5, and it might be more natural graves with F1 and 2, and then keep this as open space.
And so final question in terms of the rock, because is there any way of determining, like I was actually just over at Westwood yesterday, and I too, I found it very rocky. I mean, you just can see the rocks coming up over the grass. Is there any way of knowing how much rock is there and how much of that, zone 4 would even be appropriate for burial plots? Because it seems like it's very rocky, a big portion of that.
Well, we did it. We did. They did probably 14 test pits out there, deep hole test pits, where they brought a backhoe out and they dug holes in the ground. So the asterisk here that you see, those are actual exposed boulders where the rock is at the surface, and the rock in that area that's around where that the brick planter is, right about where the cursor is now, if you know there. And then there's a light pole. And then, but after that, these contours, it gets deeper. So this is a 2 foot below grade. This is 4 foot below grade is where the rock is. And then this is 6 foot below grade where the rock is. So you could bury conventionally out here, and you could bury conventionally in here. And then that's why we put the natural burials, which only have to be 3.5 feet deep in these other areas here. Another thing to note is in here, this is only 20 inches of soil for when they put the concrete vault in. So you could have a concrete vault a little shallower than you currently allow. Right now, you're a little deeper than really you necessarily need to be.
Thank you very much. I look forward to a longer conversation.
Oh, sure. Of course. I know it's a lot of information. It's late at night. And so I definitely understand.
Thanks, Susan. Let's see, Randy.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I think my question is for Joe. Joe, would you go to the slide that shows the satellite image for a moment? First, I do want to agree wholeheartedly with Barbara. This is a lot of information. It's late. There are a lot of components to this that I'd like to have us talk about in a work session. Things that we haven't thought about before, certainly since we approved green burials. We just kind of, this is just kind of being worked on by Public Works and the staff. And that leads me to something that Bob Proctor said that I think is important. And Joe, I need you to tell me, did we miss something here in the development of the cemetery master plan? Well, was there information between starting to work on having a master plan and where we are today that did I miss something? Because I think Bob was on point about feeling like it's kind of almost accidental that we're even aware that a master plan is in place. So help me, because I really want to understand if I missed something.
Yeah. So let me go here. So keep in mind the plan that was presented here tonight is a concept plan. It is just ink on paper. There's no decisions made. No one is suggesting that we're even into a design phase. This was really aimed at exploring need versus resources, and it's designed to help identify what we're able to do. So That's why we brought the geotech out to do the subsurface investigation to find out what the depth of the rocks are, so we can determine whether we can, whether it should be a scattering guarding, whether it should be a green burial, or whether it can be conventional burial, or whether it just needs to be maintained as open space. That is what this is about, is to explore what those options were. We are nowhere near at a place where we're looking at a detailed design, or where we can't change anything, or where we have gotten ahead of the public or gotten ahead of you. This is a response to what the council had asked us to do, nearly 2 years ago, and we have put reports together. There were staff reports together that were presented to you that showed that we were starting to run out of plots, that there was a concern for that. There was also the concern for addressing the environmental impacts of traditional burials, and then the desire for green burials, and the reality that cremation is becoming more and more popular. So this entire concept plan is a response to that request. And at no point did we suggest that we are, ready to go put a shovel in the ground, or that we're looking for any type of approval of the plan. This is the first time you're being presented with that information. It's been said several times here now, there's a lot of information and it's late, so it maybe seems a little more daunting. But I think the concepts here are just for consideration. It can be modified, adapted. It did bring into the conversation running essentially walking paths and things like that actually would enhance it. It's not really a park, it's a cemetery, but there would be features that could be included in there that would ultimately act effectively as a park type feature. And so maybe that's a happy balance, maybe it's not, and that's for all of you to decide. Again, no, we're not at a point where a decision has been made. This is discussion only at this point.
So, and can you just go to the satellite view for a second? Because what I'd like to suggest, no, the one that's the satellite.
This one?
There it is. Okay. So what I'd like to suggest that staff bring this back to us maybe for a work session, Kathy, in January. But I'd like to see that, that we, talk about what could this be that includes this concept of a park, a pocket park, because we had talked about this when the Google hut came up. And we seeded that idea then. And, I just think if you look at Zone 4 and you look at the topography and the rock layers that Peter laid out, what I would like to have you show us is, maps like this that in January, where we could conceive of how there could be a pocket park from maybe where it says Zone 4, below the word Zone 4, all the way to the perimeter on the northeast side. Do you see what I'm saying? Because
okay. So you're talking in this area over here?
No, yeah, I'm talking from there to the perimeter on the top.
Up here.
Right. So like, you're right. So were that to be cut off, and I'd like to know that if the cemetery were to reimagine itself to be primarily in what is left of Zone 4, to be the cremains and the green burial, if it was just really limited, what that could look like. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think given our commitment two, climate initiatives. First of all, preserving as much of the trees and the green space is important, but even beyond that, in terms of cemetery space, being able to have it as natural as possible and create a buffer, a natural buffer between the what would be memorial cemetery space and pockets park space. And I say this because I think we need to reimagine cemetery in the heart of town and cemetery that bumps up right up against residences. And so you need the buffer on the southwest side for the neighbors who are in the neighborhood off Davie. You need it for the Fidelity Street neighbors. But you also need to create a pocket park so that, their sense of space and their sense of place is preserved. So I'd like to be able to see concept plans that kind of go a little bit in that direction. And if we could have that for a work session in January, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. Let me make this suggestion. First of all, I think before one of us gives direction to Joe to rework the plans, I feel like we need to have, just a general discussion, all of us first about it. And here's the thing, y'all. I mean, this isn't urgent. I mean, it's, some things are urgent, right? This is not urgent. And so the other thing I would like to suggest is let's leave it on the manager and the clerk to figure out in conjunction with all the other agenda items, all the other initiatives, all the other programs we have going on. This may not come back to us in January, and that's okay. I mean, we have other things that might, I don't know. I haven't looked at it lately, but I know we've got a lot going on. So, so I would really like to strongly suggest that we ask our manager, Rebecca, to share with David that, we want this to come back sometime in the spring, sometime January, February, whatever, but whatever works into our schedule for us then to have the conversation. We can revisit some of what Randy just talked about, revisit some of these questions, this presentation, and then get a sense from this council on, what kind of direction we want to give moving forward. So is everyone okay with that? Is everyone in agreement with that? Okay, Barbara, I saw your hand up. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to that, or is that what you were going to suggest? Or
yeah, I'm in agreement with that. But the one thing that I do want to put out is we cannot block out traditional burial.
Right. See, we can't make decisions tonight about anything. We have
exactly. I just want to make that comment, and I'm in favor of waiting till later whenever it's scheduled. Thank you, Lydia. Yeah. No, I agree. I think we all want to weigh in on that before we give any further direction. But really appreciate Joe and Peter being with us and giving us that presentation, and others that were here on this late evening. Thank you very much. So, all right. If there are no other comments, then council members, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn now.
Second.
By Barbara, second by Randy. All in favor, say aye.
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 See y'all next Tuesday.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Joe, thank you for your presentation, and you too, Peter.
Thanks, y'all.